drastic, lift the veil. When the system's a mess, it's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Provide with the power, we trust Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, protect the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that man's against brains. A big presidents determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe. Faithless green, got us bleeding the streets like cheap paper. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that man's against brains. A dead presidents determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe. Vapors, green, got us bleeding the streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the system's a mess. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Provide with the power, we trust Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes, protect the atlas. Bring the madness. Capture your image in City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that man's against brains. A dead presidents determining life of mankind. The cancerous, how we breathe. Faithless green, got us bleeding the streets like cheap paper.
Good morning, all. It's nice to sit down today, boys. Jesus Christ, I am extremely achy this morning. It has been a long evening. Now, what we'll be up to? Let's have a ganders. Let's go and see. What are we going to do with all this spice residue, boys? We have a huge issue with spice residue, don't we? Let's just check these. So these should all be empty of my spice. So I think we're ready for a new spice run, aren't we? Go and clean up the stuff. I feel like I'm just going to put a load of chests down in the spice refinery. I think that's all I can do, isn't it? Just like go and put a load down. And put them on, say, what the hell was that? Circuits, I don't know, whatever, like 6 or 7 or something. And just have all the residue spitting into it. Because as far as I can tell, look, that's actually still got a bit of room in it, look. That has as well. I think that's sand ship. Let's have a look at this. So the assault ornithopter's empty. The buggy's got some stuff in it. Let's have a look, man. You want a very fast 6-litre GTR? How are you, man? That's a name and a half, isn't it, bro? Hey? Right, so let's go into the buggy. Let's put that, that in there. So looking at that, if we did 10, we should have got 2,000, shouldn't we? So there's the 2,000. We got 170. So God knows how that proc works then. But it ain't that great, is it? If on 10 runs, I mean, it's not to be sniffed at. I mean, a bonus is a bonus, right? But I don't know, man. Let's empty all these out and let's go and store. I suppose what I could do is I can make this. Has this got any storage as well? It must have, right? Yeah, yeah. Oh no. So hang on then. We do 11. Hang on. In that case, we actually made loads extra. Buggy. Oh no, because there would have been some there anyway. Yeah, I didn't clear it out, did I? So actually, we're not going to know what proc this time, are we? Thinking about it. Shit. It's my bad. Morning, Galarian. Morning, Shades. Morning, Mr. Vion. Morning, Killer. How are we doing? How are you doing, boys? Is everything good? Is everything good in the world? Right, so let's just max out. They really need to cut down on the amount of residue we're getting. Like, there's no way you could use this amount of residue, is there? Like, even if you're using it for power and things, you just don't need that amount of power, right? Back. I mean, that's neater though, right? I mean, that's neater. So we've got residue on that side, and hopefully... That's where it would be super cool though, wouldn't it? Like, so if you could go... I mean, I don't know how they do it, but you're just using drop downs. It'd be really nice if you could allocate a product to a circuit. You know? So on a refinery, it would give you... And, you know, on some of them, some things fabricate a lot of different things. It could be a bit more complicated, but... This only spits out residue and sand. It'd be really nice to put all your sand into like circuit 3 and all your residue into circuit 4. You know what I mean? They could just really have some fun with that, couldn't they? But that's saying output to circuit 6. So let's just check these are circuit 6. I'm pretty sure we did do that. And then these ones over here should also be circuit 6, shouldn't they? Let's make sure. Yeah, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Right, so that's... and we haven't got any more sand, have we? Yeah. I also need to get the water up and running, so we'll get some more... Maybe go and get some corpses this morning, get the dailies then, and then it's like time to think about where we go with June, really, isn't it? Did 13? Did we do 13? I thought it was 10. No, it was 10, and you could do 11. Remember? I started 10 yesterday, didn't I? And I stopped it. And you could do 11. So maybe 12, because there was one already running, perhaps. Do you think? I don't know. I didn't clean up before we started it, Alarin, so we're going to be in a bit of a piss, aren't we? Oh, it was 12. You did 12, did you? Ah, gotcha. Yeah, I think we might have got a fair few procs there then, bro. That's a lot of sand, dude. Is it going to fit in here? Jesus. 1,002, so 2,505. Fucking hell. That's quite a lot of sand. That's quite a lot of sand. I really... I tell you what I do need to do this morning. I desperately need to go and get some titanium, dude. Like, desperately need to get some titanium. Because I'm just completely out of whack, look. I've got 465 strividium fiber, but no titanium to mix with it for the plastanium. So that desperately needs resolving. It's always the ratios are out in the deep desert. You know, the circuits I've been doing. I think it's just... Oh my god, yeah, look. It's even worse than I thought. Am I putting it in the buggies? The buggies your primer. Wow. Jesus. Yeah, oh my... Dude, that's insane. So much strividium fiber. Shit. Oh, 1 sec, guys. Right back. Yes, we're actually doing really well in this, aren't we? I'm actually quite impressed how we've come back from sort of like having taken a bit of a break to actually having like one thing's organized. And I'm so close now to being able to do the carrier, aren't I? Which is the last thing standing. But it's really the building for that I'm looking forward to. What did I come up here for? Stravidium. Buggy. Will this even fit? It will. Look at that. I need like 1,500 titanium. And that's assuming it's a 1-to-1 ratio, which I'm not entirely convinced it is. Should we have a quick look? And I'm not even using the large ore refinery either, so it's not like we're even getting best bang for buck. I can make another 145. Which means there's some titanium sitting somewhere. That's interesting, isn't it? Where's that then? Yeah, we've definitely got rogue boxes somewhere, haven't we? Let's go and have a quick look. Oh, that's my still seat. We need to take that over, don't we? Must remember to take that, guys, when we do the next deep desert run. Let's go and get the death stills running. You're right, Tolf. How are you, mate? It's still a plus for just 30 seconds of work. It might... Dude, I'm not convinced that wasn't a lot of procs on that one. I was thinking we didn't get any. I actually think it might be the opposite. I think we might have had a lot of procs there, bro. So, yeah, I think you're right, dude. You know, if you're around, like, fucking why not? You know, I do need a fair bit of sand because I want to make another generator. I do want to do the carrier. I do want to do the harvester. You know, I want a full complement of everything. You know, that is like stuff that I've acquired, so... And have it as part of my base. I think that's the long-term goal, to be honest. And I'm pretty happy with that progress as well. I think we're doing actually quite well, all things considered. Let me go and check these down here. You're right, Dwarf. How are you, mate? Good morning, Cascal. How's everybody? You all doing well? Anybody up to anything exciting today? I'm just glad to be home. God, it's been such a long fucking, like, what, 24 hours since we, well, a little bit less than that, since the stream ended yesterday. God, it has been manic. I feel like I've got like parts of my body that ache in places that like I'm pretty sure shouldn't be aching to be. Oh my god. Buggy. Well, let's throw all this on the buggy. Let's go and get that all sorted. What else? We got anything in there? Oh yeah. Oh my god, more stravidium. It's in hell, dude. Buggy. Oh my god, I've got so much stravidium. I knew we'd got an overflow somewhere. Oh, wow, bro. I actually really like the inventory in this game. I just know they could make it so much better, you know? Like, really add some fun light automation. You know, I'm not expecting them to go crazy with it. We're doing a bit of inventory management, Mario. And then we're going to... do the dailies. We're gonna maybe we got to get some. Well, do we need to get any corpses? I don't think we need corpses, do we? And then we're gonna sit here and like Scrooge McDuck. We're gonna sit here and count all our sand. And once I've done the I think I'm gonna wait for the server merge before I start hardcore hitting the combat though. See who's still around because Crimson Desert's coming out, so everyone might take a bit of a break. But I really do want to start doing the dungeons. That over there, isn't it? Is this the one that's not full yet? Excellent. Doing quite well on fuel cells as well. Because I've got a nice stockpile up on my main landing pad. My scout landing pad. So it's not just unlucky then, Torth. It actually is an imbalance, is it? I was starting to think after all these weeks, so it'd be like maybe the 4th week, possibly even the 5th week that I've been doing it. I was beginning to wonder, have I literally just been that unlucky that each Coriolis event, that, you know, the spawn randomization, has just been giving me such a better ratio in the area that I farm? And if you look at this, I mean, it really is out of whack, isn't it, dude? I mean, look at that. You know? So yeah, it doesn't surprise me then, dude. Yeah, it does feel like it's more than luck at work here. Let me just check these are all nice and neat. That's a bit of dune sand. Flower sand, isn't it? I think that's not granite. That's aluminium, isn't it? Then I've just got some little bits of other things, iron and carbon. Technically, that can go down with the carbon. It's all looking pretty well organised, isn't it? One thing I probably haven't done is topped up the air filters. Let's actually, you don't need to do that, do you? I keep forgetting that. You can pull from storage for air filters, can't you? And the other thing is, let's just make sure we've done everything we need to, just as a little bit of maintenance. Let's go and pop in there. Refuel the generators up to 21-ish days. Head to the roof. This is a really good game. I really like June. I think they've done a really good job with it. You know, they're making lots and lots of mistakes, but you know what game doesn't? See where it goes, man. Right, standard filter in backpack. So, so you do need them in the backpack? No, I was going to say I didn't think you did. Might as well run these because the air filters are virtually free at this point, and it's all extra. So if I do 1 and 1, it'll replace the one that gets inserted into the machine itself, won't it? I think these are a nice little trickle, aren't they? I'll make sure these are powered up at the end of the streams. It's a nice passive gain, isn't it? Very nice. It's that these were so well positioned by me so I can actually get around. So actually, we probably want to go make some more filters then, don't we? Okay, I'm getting a little low on those. Where do we make them exactly? Presumably on this, I think. No, it isn't, is it? It's this one. It's the lower graded one. Filter. Oh, I smell nice. I just got a whiff of myself, and that's nice. What do I? Max of 46, and the main limiting factor is aluminium. It's 5 plus 1, so 6 times 4, 24 for a full stock, isn't it? So if I make 20, let's just say 25 craft. Excellent. Okay, we've got a little bit of plastanium brewing. We've got some air filters brewing. Let's go and see if we've got anything else to make on this. Silicon block, max of 20. Let's get them made. Why not? Bias-infused fuel cells, and max of 24. That's due to the irradiated slag. What else does this make? It's cobalt paste, so no erythrite. Okay, that's fine. Let's do some dailies then. Why have you put fun in brackets as well, Mario? The ratio of iridium nodes. Oh, sorry. I did some runs yesterday and found iridium more than anything. I am. Like, massively more, dude. In fact, actually, let's. But is the buggy up and running? Do we have a buggy at the fob 1 run? What I'll do is we'll pop into here. We'll pop into there. We'll pop into here. No. We'll take a blushing cavern anyway while we head in there. And we should be good to go, shouldn't we? It is, but yeah, I didn't know if you were operational yet, dude. Yeah, thank you. I'll do a daily and go and grab some. Well, I'll grab everything I can. I mean, I might as well get this iridium. Yeah, I really need titanium. Nothing's go wrong like previous times. Nothing ever goes wrong, dude. What do you mean? think you're getting confused with Star Citizen, bro. This game actually works, dude. Morning, team. How are you, mate? Let me just think. Oh, how many did I have? What was the count? It's got to be. Are we still in double digits? Is it like 12 or something? There's an island out there just with titanium. Oh, if you're around later, come and show me then, dude. I mean, I don't really need it. I'm not desperate for plastanium, but it seems ridiculous to have so much stravidium stockpiled and not take advantage of it. And to be fair, it's just going to keep taking up room in the boxes. So it'd be nice to get it done, wouldn't it? How you doing, team? I saw a lot of noise in the WoW general chat yesterday, Tim. I haven't actually read any of it. How you getting on with it? I assume it was you and Alarian, was it? What's how you getting on? I mean, what's your situation in it, bro? You know, starting a new character, or you've never really mentioned WoW 2. You know, are you an old player? You know, played it back in the day, or? I really want to get a chance to sit down and have a play with a controller. Just purely out of curiosity, I think. I think I kind of like playing WoW on a mouse and keyboard, in the same way I like playing Path of Exile 2 on a mouse and keyboard. I don't tend not to use the mouse and keyboard a lot, so it's kind of quite the novelty for me, to be honest. But I'd like to see it, man. You know, it's come a long. Well, I wouldn't say it's come a long way since I last used it, but it was always pretty well implemented. I can't remember the name of the mod. I think it's console mod, but I don't know what the official name of it is. Control or something or another. I'd love to take that hunter back out for a day, man. Do some questing and just like let the beauty of midnight roll over me, man. If I take him, they'll probably both aggro, won't they? That dude's already got me, man. Oh no, went too far. Oh my god, dude, what am I doing, bro? That's not good, is it? How the fuck are we mounting this, bro? That's so much better than it used to be, dude. That box is just like, the cover is like so good in this game, dude. It really is. It's something I hadn't really taken into account. It just sort of felt like a bit of an afterthought, really. But that dude wrecks you, doesn't he? He's like an absolute wrecking machine, dude. Just hiding behind a little bit of cover and just like, you know, using your shield even, you know, reasonably efficiently. Complete game changer. Yo, wait, take some while you did. As WoW treating you, bro? You're deep into midnight, bro. Phenomenal game, innit, mate? Do you miss it, Wentex? You know, I don't know, like what ultimately happened, but you know, do you kind of miss being part of it, or were you very glad to sort of be out? It must be a fascinating experience doing what you did, dude. But I can also understand how, like, at some point it might just become, you know, just another day at work. But it's still a global phenomenon, isn't it? Really. You know, nice to know numbers. I think the thing that I struggle to understand is the sheer concept of how much money must be spent on WoW by its player base that isn't just the subscription. You know, I mean, even I've looked at the store and seen the pets, the mounts, you know, the transmog or whatever it is, skins, whatever they call them. WoW tokens. The sheer amount of money that game must bring in is frankly incomprehensible. And it would be mad to know, like, what, you know, a breakdown of where the money comes from. Because I think I'd be mind blown. See, I played Once Human, right? And let's be honest, Once Human is the power of a skin in that is nothing like the power of a skin in World of Warcraft, right? It's not even an MMO, really. And I know how much people were spending on those things, dude. You know, a game that's been out for 20 years, man. People that just have subs that just run and they don't even play the game and just log in on payday, buy themselves a new mount or something. I can't. Name changes, transfers. I think you can even change. Well, I don't know. Can you change allegiance from Alliance to Horde? Probably not. What was the other thing I was thinking of that you pay for? Oh god, what was it? Oh, I can't think now. But yeah, there was something that. Oh, what the hell? Pick up money. Did I get the thing? Hey, Ironstorm Vulcan. Shit. Have I not? Dude, did I not take the dudes over here? Oh no, and now he's gonna despawn, isn't he? I think I've boffed it, bro. Oh no. I don't believe I've just done that. I'm so bad at doing that on this mission, dude. I tell you what, we might as well go and get some freaking what's it, because by the time it respawns, or should we just wait and get a coffee? Living it again. Yeah, it is. There's no denying it, Wentex, you know. I get that people like to slag it off and it's cool to hate on WoW, and dude, you're full of shit. I'm sorry, but it's just a phenomenon, man. You know, it's not that there's anything the matter with WoW. You're just changed, you know. It's such a wonderland to play in, man. The endless splendor of it. You know, and I think about all the other MMOs I've tried. It's like, what the fuck am I doing, dude? Like, I'm chasing something impossible. You know, you just can't compete with it, right? I missed the old days. My office was 900 at its peak and now 40 people, so I don't miss the annual layoffs. So, yeah, I mean, obviously that element of it. But, yeah, all that and, you know, whatever drama, I mean, you kind of just miss the, you know, the day today. If it was to be believed, the single mount would bring in more than sales for a year. What do you mean? Actually, so a single mount could bring in more revenue than all the subscriptions combined over a whole year? Fuck me, dude. Based on estimations in 2024 and early 2025 date, Blizzard likely earned over $15 million to nearly $20 million US from the Traders Guilded Brutosaur mount alone. Oh my god. So we're talking about something that is even like beyond Star Citizen almost in terms of like its store power then. Jesus Christ, man. How many mounts they release a year? You know? Oh, you can change it. I didn't know that. Actually, I kind of thought that might be locked out. So you can actually change them Horde to Alliance, yeah. Oh, what? And then you also get like a free race change, do you, or something? The estimated money that WoW makes per month is between 26 million and 60 million, depending on how close to new expansions. You see how that sounds very lowball? If a single mount can bring in 20 million. You know what I mean? There's the big discrepancies there, isn't there? So even if it only had like 1 million active players, I don't know how many it's got, but even if it had 1 million, that'd be 10 million. Wouldn't it? So I suppose 26 to 6 is a huge difference, right? Jesus Christ, so it's a quarter of a... Even lowballing, it's a $250 million a year. Jesus Christ. I can't even comprehend the 60. I'm lowballing at 25, dude. That's mad, isn't it, Dwarf? $250 million a year. And that's like worst case scenario. So it's going to be way more than that, isn't it? Oh my god. Then we've got the current WoW site. Yeah, we mentioned it the other day. About 3:30, wasn't it? It's you that told us, Mario. Does Grum know yet about 4 hours from Narish? No. What have we got downtime today? Yeah, I think it was 330, north of 330, wasn't it? For what's it, Mario? Come on, dude. Respawn for me, bro. Come on. Choppy. How is it, dude? What's the lowest it drops to? You know, what's like the lowest and the highest WoW tokens? Because I should imagine it's a fairly stable market. You know, a little bit more maybe, like you said, on an expansion when people are maybe looking at buying a little bit of a top up maybe that haven't played for a while. Getting absolutely hammered by those dudes, man. Let's get a grenade out. Take that fucker down. Right, where's Big Boy? You mentioned the server maintenance cost of all that infrastructure. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot, but at the same time, it's probably also, you'd like to think, reasonably efficient at this point in the day, right? Do you know what I mean? For something that's been around for 20 years, you assume, you know, there's an element of, you know, like something like this where they've got to worry about server merges, you know, trying to ascertain costs, you know, 12 months in advance. You know, although it is huge, the thing is that there's probably an efficiency to it now with a game that's been around for 20 years, isn't there? You know, the ebb and flow. You know, they're probably very good at predicting server loads and things. They also now, let's be honest, Larry, we were talking about it yesterday, the fact that they sort of like merge you all into servers these days, don't they? You know, it's the amount of people you'll see with an asterisk next to their name when you're wandering around. You know, there's probably an efficiency even at the technical side, let alone at the maintenance side, to reduce costs. But yeah, I mean, the login servers alone, right? If you ever need to check it, if you mention the server maintenance cost of all that infrastructure, I wonder what it actually is. I wonder what the actual cost is. So it's pretty stable then, Dwarf. I mean, you know, you're not even talking 10% variance there, are you? I mean, what are you looking at? 25? Not what? 25 to 58, 35? Well, it is about 10% fluctuation then, yeah? Is WoW sometime normal? While I was gutted, I at least got to bed in good time. Apparently, Alarian doesn't sleep. Has it got you, Alarian? Yeah. Have you been smitten, bro? That's how I felt on Sunday, man. It's like shit. I've got a life to get on with, man. I got shit to deal with and work and family, man. I cannot be fucking around with this hunter, dude. We got some more downtime today, have we? What are they fucking taking it down for? Is that normal maintenance? I don't think it is it? What they fucked up now then? God, this game, I swear this game spends more fucking time down than it does fucking up. Really? I didn't reload. I swear I looted this dude earlier, man. I swear I did that. I didn't know, did I? You got about 80 grand in gold, Mary, in the war map. I often log in with one of the professionals, make a few things, sell those while I go adventuring on the new mage. Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think I'd rather have the gold than sell it for a WoW token and then... hang on, no, you can't make money out of it, can you? It's only a one-way thing, yeah? I can't... You couldn't make loads and loads of gold in the game and then cash it out, could you? For real-world money. It don't work like that, does it? You buy a WoW token with real world money that then gets bought in the game for exchange for game time. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So sorry, I was thinking it was like a two-way street. It's not though, is it? Over 12 points, lowest in the last year was 313, highest last year 5. Oh wow, oh, that's a bit. That is quite a big variance. The high peak was when the 3-day early access launched. Oh, wow, that is a big hike, isn't it? That surprises me. Wow, Jesus. Cool stuff. See, that's the kind of thing that fascinates me. You know, digital economies. Very interesting, dude. The server went down last night and we got maintenance later today, and where it follows us, we're cursed. Isn't that fairly common in WoW? Isn't it a running joke that immediately after like a big launch, it normally goes down for a whole day? I'm sure I remember this last time. Was it the War Within or whatever it was? Is this like par for the course? With WoW large updates. What? So hang on. So we're down in WoW and we're down in June. Oh my god. I think we need to kill Darth. Do you know what I mean? I think the virus is spread from Star Citizen. I think we need to remove him. The pestilence is spreading, dude. Oh no! I'm not going to get to him in time. Oh, you little fucker. I get it. This dude's a drill shot mofo, isn't he? Not gonna let me get him, look. Finally, we get the loot, bruh. Finally. You can buy 30 of game time or a £10 Battle.net credit per token if bought off the auction house. If you craze over 1.8 million, the player could pay nothing. Yeah, no, it's not that. I was thinking like you can actually make money out of playing World of Warcraft. But yeah. You can actually see you don't use it just for a sub though. I don't think I knew that. So with the WoW token, you don't have to just use it for a month's playtime. You actually can cash it in a store credit. Yeah, I didn't know that. I think I've got to do the Vulcan one as well, haven't I? I'm all over the place now. It's because we're talking about World of Warcraft I get super distracted, you see. I could have done like 3 fucking dailies in the amount of time it's taken me to do this one. It's actually lucky it let me do that. So sometimes these quests get a bit fidgety if you go out of sync with them, don't they? Right, we're done. Let's top up on the water and the health. Crazy, isn't it, man? Crazy what these games can achieve. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what it brings in. I wonder what the total, because obviously a lot of running costs with something like WoW as well. I mean, like you said, server infrastructure alone and server maintenance and operating fees, but presumably a lot of devs. I mean, I don't know. Does anyone know what the World of Warcraft development team stands at? 100 employees, 1,000 employees, and anyone got any insight into that? I've got no idea, man. What we were saying the other day, weren't we? They push out like an expansion about every 2 years. It must be a nightmare game to work on, nightmare game. Trying to keep it out, because like all the other games that I really like, but I feel like I can't get back into because I just feel like, I don't know, Warframe, Destiny 2, there's something about them, it just feels like you're so far behind the curve. It almost feels like it's just not worth it. I know that's not strictly accurate, but that's not, like sometimes how it feels, isn't it? World of Warcraft seems to have done a phenomenal job, which I've only found out in the last, like, what, 72 hours, really. It's like how accessible it is. You can come in at it from any angle, can't you? Jump straight into endgame. You're still not actually going to feel that out of your depth. You know, you're not going to be like pro raiding, you know, hardcore mythic dungeons or anything anytime soon. But you know, you're not as far behind as you think. You can come straight in at a level 1 character and do one of these crazy timelines. They've almost got every base covered, haven't they? Isn't it Wednesday weekly maintenance anyway, Shades? Is it not today for normal WoW weekly maintenance? I'm sure it used to be a Wednesday, didn't it? Now that midnight is out, I'm using my warband bank to save gold. I forgot what... Yeah, I need to transfer some gold from my mage, actually. I didn't even know about the warbond bank. I assume I just completely ignored it. Yeah, but I do need to do that, actually. Right, how are we doing here? Let's have a look. Landsad 11. Oh, actually, it's not as bad as I thought. We're close to being down to single digits, dude. Holy shit. We did do well yesterday, didn't we? We did do well. I think it still is, Shades. I'm sure today's normal WoW maintenance. I'm sure it was when I was playing it recently. Could be wrong, but... Oh, I did Wentex, yeah. I was actually going to mention that this morning. I totally forgot, you know, dude. Yeah. Division 2. I still think it's too little too late. We need Division 3, man. But yeah, Joshua mentioned it yesterday, dude. He said he was going to pick it up. I was saying, like, a fucking amazing game, dude. But yeah. Trouble is, it makes me a bit fidgety. Do you think Division 3 is supposed to be underway, innit? But you know, with everything that happened with Tencent and Ubisoft, what are Ubisoft shares down to? One of the lads was saying it was like $4 or something. Like, as in south of $4 a share. It was riding at like 60 like a few years ago, wasn't it? I'm starting to wonder. You know, Division 3 was supposed to be underway some time ago. It was certainly greenlit internally, wasn't it? I'm starting to wonder if we're ever going to get to fucking see it, to be honest, mate. But yeah, apparently Ubisoft shares are like just been on a I mean, we knew they were on a constant drip sort of like loss, but apparently they're below the oh shit, that's going to take me ages. Oh god, dude, fuck that up, bro. So I'm actually, you know, look, I don't want to like make out like I've got any substantive reasoning behind this, but Division 2 was like left for ages, you know. They added a little bit here, they had a little bit there, and it always just felt like, you know, that is there aren't really in it. And then there was going to be like, not the expansion, but the big update, which was going to be what, last February or something, and that got delayed. And then it always just felt like, oh, you know, they're not really that bothered, and no one really cared, because it was like the Division 3 was known to be internally, you know, a project, you know, whether it be proof of concept or whatever. It was definitely greenlit, pre-production. So I never really thought about it. And then all of a sudden, you know, we're starting to hear a little bit more, aren't we? Division 2 is suddenly getting a bit of love. And, you know, they're getting a graphical overhaul, right, Wentex? All the things I think that, you know, a lot of things that the players have been asking for a very long time, right? I don't know. It's making me think, you know, it might be nothing to worry about. It might be, you know, they're updating it for Division 3, you know. Is it Snowdrop? You know, maybe it's just one of those, bit like No Man's Sky, you know? We're working on another game, and the updates we're doing here kind of work quite easily as an update to our existing game, and there could be nothing untoward going on, but I don't know, at the same time. But the problem is it a good time to go back and say, fuck it, yeah, let's be Division 2, because Division 2 is a fucking good game, right? I mean, it really is a bloody good game. It puts so many ticks in a box for a player like me. I mean, visually, it was always outstanding. Great drop-in, drop-out co-op. You know, you don't need to commit for hours and hours to dungeon runs. You just drop in, drop out. Brilliant open world content, brilliant instance content, just brilliant everything, right? Great Really cool loot, really cool builds. Really tight gunplay. I love third-person shooters. You know, always been a fan of them. Not a bad little story running behind it all as well, to be fair. Bloody things. Yeah, you didn't you, Shay? I thought it was Wednesdays. So Shadowlands the end of some previous arc, and Dragonflight is the start of a new one. Shadowlands is the main one I played, so I might bounce out of the timeline and wait for a land in Dragonflight. No way I'm catching him in Shadowlands. I wouldn't worry about catching people up, dude. I think straight away you're gonna set yourself up to not enjoy the game as much as you probably should do. I think this is the trouble. As soon as you start feeling like you're in a race to compete, and even if it's not competition, you know, to compete to get to see each other in content. But WoW is gonna eat you alive if you don't play it kind of chilled. You know, just enjoy it for the story, the questing, the upgrades as you progress, learning to get, you know, your class, you know, dropping in some pugs and watching everyone shout at you because you're bad. Really wouldn't worry, mate. You know, it's not going to be long with the way the game's built now for everyone to end up at endgame, right? And a lot of people won't make it that far. You know, so something else will come along, take up their time. I wouldn't worry, dude. You know, I think this is what I discovered on Sunday. It was like, holy shit, bro. You know, it's just like almost like a role-playing game in a way. Just enjoy the journey through it. If you get to do the delves, you know, you make it that deep in, there's always going to be someone playing. What's nice is it's like a fresh reset now. Like everyone that's, you know, even if you start now, there's a chance, you know, in a few months' time, everyone's max level. And, you know, the max level now, the gear essentially resets, doesn't it? It's kind of, I kind of like it. You know, to me, it's super appealing. It'd be lovely to get like a crew together in Midnight. Just like, you know, I don't mean like the best of the best. You know, getting the highest tier mythics running at pro fucking speeds and things, but I reckon we could. I reckon we could easily get a crew together. Have a bit of fun in it, you know what I mean? And then like be back into WoW. You know, that's it. You're back in at that point, aren't you? Look forward to another expansion. You know, in a year or two, and I'm sure there's plenty of things to grind and rep and mounts and go back and play another class, or even get together on a Sunday afternoon and just like play classic or something. I mean, oh, I don't know, dude. Are you right, Jericho? Same way, mate. I think they are pushing Division 2 again now for a path to 3. Yeah, God, I don't know how far into development Division. What were the 3 that Tencent now essentially own, you know, a significant share in? It's almost like a subsidiary company now, isn't it, with Tencent and Ubisoft? And there's 3, isn't there? I'm going to assume it's Rainbow Six Siege. Is it Rainbow Six Siege, Assassin's Creed, and Far Cry? Are they the 3 IPs? Or have I got them a bit mixed up? I think it's those 3, right? Some SM2. Space Marine 2. That's just had an update, right, dude? Yeah. That's right, though. We're expecting betas for Division 2 end of 2027, early 2028, which, if that's true, we're probably looking at 2029. Which I think we knew anyway, didn't we, Dwarf? I think the predictions were always 2029, weren't they? Because it was looking at, you know, approximately 5-year development on it, wasn't it? So that probably is about right then, dude. That sounds correct from what little, you know, we can garner, to be fair. Yeah, it's not anytime soon, is it? But it would be great to see. I mean, I really hope they do knock it out of the park, man. We got a new Splinter Cell coming up, right? Blushing cavern. Accept. Do another one of those. Why not? Seems to be just. I'll tell you what I could do. Why don't I go into the lands? Oh, really? Lands rad and do. Let me think. What's this? A brood works. Why don't we get rid of that one? And just for one chain, I might do 2 while I'm out there. No, was that? That's the. Oh, wait. It always selects the one you've just taken, doesn't it? You would like the mighty crafting helmet. Is it any good? I looked at the. I noticed I'd got one coming up in the what's it tree as well. In X amount of levels, and I did wonder if there was a way to see what it looks like before I get there. Is it going to be awesome? It should be like it should be a tabard, you know. It should be something that adds to all your characters, like a sash or something. You know what I mean? Rather than a helmet, because no one's really going to care about a helmet. It feels like, you know, like old school RuneScape capes. But again, I think it's an area where this game just misses the point. It should actually be like a permanent badge of honor you can wear, even if you've got like a really cool outfit, right? I saw a picture of the crafting helm last night. It looks really cool. Alarian ain't convinced, look. I think I'll get a coffee in a minute, actually. Enjoying the story of previous expansions that I've missed. There's no real catch-up since everything is scaled. Even dungeons, even if we do separate timelines. Yeah, exactly. I'd tell you what I would love to do, and I know someone will have done it. I mean, the YouTube content space around World of Warcraft is phenomenal. Maybe watch like a big, long video. You know, the history and lore of World of Warcraft, starting, you know, with the game specifically, intertwined with the original cutscenes and snippets from, you know, the characters like Proudmoore in the game. I know someone's going to have done that. What a fascinating watch that would be. To actually, and then maybe go and watch the World of Warcraft film, which I have seen, and I seem to remember. As a film, I quite enjoyed it. It was alright, man. It's like World of Warcraft. Everyone looked badass, bro. Whether or not it was good from a lore perspective, obviously I'm not here to judge because I'm not a lore fan. I don't really know it, but it was kind of cool, man, to see like these larger than life characters, like on the silver screen. It was like, whoa, dude, like fucking hell, that's that MMO, right? That's mad, dude. Kinda neat. I forgot to take you out, didn't I? Some bad shooting today, bro. Bad weapon switching as well, apparently. Oh no, there isn't. I still don't know if I can get headshots with a drill shot, or if it doesn't matter. Are they counted as shotguns, or? Because I don't think you can get headshots with shotguns, can you? There was one recently pre-expansion. All the old cinematics and lore hours long. Yeah. So is it by YouTube or is it like an official one? Yeah, I'd like to actually watch that. Really get me into it. Pop on the film, have a look at that controller support, dynamic camera, looks like a nice one. I think I'd like to play with that. I think I'd like to play as vanilla as I can. I'm not sure I want to start playing about with loads of add-ons. I think that in a way that makes it sort of almost more fun. You know, just a vanilla-esque retail experience to see how I get on with it and then worry about, you know, because it's a huge part of the game, isn't it? Was like making it look and feel how you want it. What the hell, dude? You know, that lock-on was a bit aggressive. Probably because camera shift near the, whatever they are, the fuel cells. What is going on with the parry all of a sudden? Possibly me not pressing the button hard enough on it. Just a random YouTuber, yeah. Did he do a good job with it? I mean, is that the one to watch? I mean, if you know it, link away, mate. I would actually quite enjoy that. Oh, you son of a gun. You're Chicky Chihuahua? Chicky Chihuahua? Man, it's got lots of... I had a crazy amount of add-ons. That's why I think... while I'm just getting back, you know, assuming I do, I think I'll chill out on the add-ons a bit. Just play it kind of vanilla. You know, and then, you know, get to grips with the game first before I start, like... Because you can become super obsessive, can't you? I mean, the add-on minigame is almost like a game unto itself, and it really does add to the whole experience, doesn't it? But I can spend hours doing that. And not actually get to experience the game, so... I watched the 1 hour recap from the start. It was pretty good, but also overwhelming. Yeah, I reckon it's one of those things where I'd have to make notes. I'd have to get a little notepad out, I feel. You know? Sort of like, hang on, who's that again? Who's he? You know, who did he upset? You know? I did that the first time I read Lord of the Rings. I got so overwhelmed, like, hang on a minute, I don't know who that is again there. I've always struggled with names, even in written format, you see. It's terrible with them. But yeah, I did. This is likely divisive to the community, but to me much more interesting. The story sounds cool. Well, what do you mean? As in, you want to know more about a story, team, or? Somebody's got lots of add-ons. He changed it to a third-person style game with mouse targeting and click attacks. Plus, he has hours of tweaking to make it look pretty. Third-person style game with mouse targeting. I mean, it is third-person, right? No one really plays World of Warcraft first-person, right? Or am I getting confused? Over the shoulder. Oh yeah, with the dynamic. That's that dynamic camera one, isn't it? That, yeah, I've seen a few people shift the location of the character, so it's a bit more like what we're looking at here. Yeah. That's interesting. If in fact, if I've got any questions, then I might ask you, see if Maddo can help me out. Yeah, the dynamic cam looks like really good fun. And you can set it to do certain things when certain things happen, can't you? So if I go into combat, it will automatically draw out a little bit if I want it to. Or if I'm going to speak to an NPC, it will zoom in a little bit. Yeah, it looks really, really good, that thing.
How about you?
Because that's what I like about WoW. I like treating it more like a role-playing game, to be honest. So much wonderful lore in there. Yeah, it's very good, that one text. I was actually very impressed with it. I love that. Actually makes me feel like I'm playing more like a classic third-person RPG. Not sure if it works in classic. I'm going to assume it does. I don't know though. Because one of the things that's really nice in classic is the voiceover mod. That really changed. That completely changed WoW for me, that did. But it's not really available in retail, is it? Although it is, but it involves jumping through a lot of hoops and getting files from various discords, right? For different languages. Whereas there's literally just a curse add-on for WoW Vanilla Classic, where all the quests are voice acted. I think some use AI, so some are actual just actors. It's really good, Larry. It'll change the way you play the game, bro, honestly. Once you're just walking around, chilling out in Stormwind, you just like over the cam shoulder, just offset. You can have it preset to zoom out just enough, you know, when you suddenly enter combat. You can hotkey, you can have it do it automatically, and it pans really nicely, Alarian. Not like really jarring. You can actually have it pan in slowly, pan out slowly. It's really, really fucking good, dude. Agabase. It takes it from like feeling like a clinic. You know, like when you watch a lot of streamers playing it or YouTubers and they're like zoomed out to the maximum distance, which I understand. You know, of course they do. They're doing pro level content. Some of them did. You know, they're zoomed out so they can see more of what the fuck is going on, right? But it does, you know, when you look at it, it's just like, I don't even know what's going on, mate, you know? But if you watch someone play it, like, over the shoulder, like Mado does, it's like, I don't know, you feel so much more connected to the game. It feels like a game, you know, rather than a sort of clickathon. Really customizable. The only downside is it doesn't allow shareable presets, which has been a big sort of like hoo-ha over that. So you do have to set it up yourself. You can't, you know, like a lot of them, you can just download a preset from someone off Discord or, you know, off Curse or something like that. As far as I know, Dynamic Camp still doesn't allow presets. So you've got to do the legwork yourself. There's a few people that have written guides for how they've got their set up. Oh, I did this correctly. I think sometimes the fun, you know, I don't think that's a negative. I know some people just want to click and play option though, but I actually think it would be really fun playing with that actually. We'd even do it on a stream, couldn't we? Yeah, like a new game, Wednesday, yeah. There is one free sale if you can live with a Siri-like AI voice reading the quests for you. Yeah, this is what I was saying, isn't it? And some of them are like hidden. To be fair, it's a while since I looked at it, dude. But I'm not saying they were dubious websites, but like you said, there's presumably just an AI plugin now, isn't there? Just to read text from the screen directly, maybe. I don't know, dude. I know when I looked. Hang on, how do I know which mission I'm doing? Is there any way to know which mission I'm doing here? I don't think there is there? Yeah, hang on. That's actually a really good point. This is another thing I don't think they've quite figured out, is it? Because I don't... Has it not made it my active quest? No, I've handed in the other one. Does it not just switch to it? Can't have done, can it? So experience the game's rich storytelling without the challenges of traditional raid mechanics. Story mode opens the opportunity to follow the quest line, enter the raid, so enjoy the narrative at your own pace. So hang on, is this something you can do? Jesus, I didn't even know this. This mode is available in Dragonflight and the War Within raid encounters only. Holy shit, dude. Fuck me. So there's something else I've learned about, you know, the accessibility around the game. Jesus Christ, dude. How would you do that? Is that through cookie again? Does everything essentially run through cookie? Or is that something else that you can do? God damn, I've gone mental with like... Jesus. Why doesn't Destiny do something like this? It's all I've ever wanted from Destiny 2 is just a chance to experience it chapter by chapter like an old player would have done. You know, even if it takes me 2 years to get through it, it'd be fucking cool, right? No, I'm alright today, Lauren. Thank you though, my friend. Thank you. And that's cool since you generally missed a lot of story content if you didn't do the rains. Looking forward to that. Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? That's actually really cool. I wonder how that works. I'm fascinated by seeing how that actually plays out on screen. Allows you to face the final boss in the encounter either solo with 4 other friends. Dude, this sounds so fucking good. Jesus fuck. It's like say you're like a normal person, so you're not like me, all right? And say you decide to go and buy some heroin, all right? Now that would be a problem for me, right? I'd like to say I don't do heroin, obviously, but get my hands on it, definitely not a problem. Most people probably wouldn't know where to go, right? You know, you have a bit of an idea, but would you have the balls to do it? You know, there'd be a bit of hesitancy there. You know, what's the going rate? You know, you know, do you really trust what you're getting? There's a lot of questions, right? There's a lot of things making you not go and get a fucking dose of heroin this afternoon, right? World of Warcraft's gone. Want some heroin? Not a problem. Super easy. Dial this number. It'll be round there in 5 minutes, mate. It's like they've figured it out, haven't they? It's all about the accessibility, dude. They know what they're doing over there, man. Send a text to this number. We'll have all the paraphernalia, everything delivered with a how-to guide. Very clear instructions in a YouTube video, just in case you're not sure. Those dastardly devils, mate. Those digital drug pushers. Why am I struggling with this dude? You're just being a dick. Just die, dude. Check the durability on the belt. Well, I've not used it, dude. I'm actually surprised it's taken that much, to be honest. Only got it yesterday. It's already down 7%. Dude. Sure it's working? I'm actually really surprised. I've only done one mission, haven't I? With the fly around. Jesus. This is where we find out it doesn't actually work without it. Oh my god, really? See, by the time I've switched and done it, oh my god, I just hate this dude so much. See, even if I do that bang on time and get a reload on it, it's gonna be he's gonna be back to his non-shielded routine, isn't he? You know, I can probably get one shot in if I play it smart, maybe. Damn it. You love a bit of heroin, do you, Atomic? Better than fentanyl. That fentanyl's evil, innit? What is fentanyl anyway? Bad, right? Is it man-made? Is it like in the sense of like is it something they cook up like they'd cook up meth, or is fentanyl like I don't know. I don't really know. Is it something they cook in like a cook shop, like they would with other drugs, or is fentanyl more of like a subscription thing that's meant to be used for other shit? I don't really know anything about it, to be honest, mate. It's a big thing in America, isn't it? I mean, I assume it's in the UK as well. But I mean, it's really dangerous, isn't it? Because like even like a very small amount at the wrong dose is enough to essentially kill you, isn't it? Isn't that the problem? Like it's so easy to overdose on it. I redownloaded Destiny 2 the other day and was like, huh, it's gone Star Wars or lightsabers. It let me do the missions, but then to continue, I've got to buy the new expansion, £35, so I've deleted again. Well, isn't that like to be expected though? If you want to do the new content, you do have to pay for it, right? I mean, I don't see why, you know, that's not an issue. You can still play quite a lot of it, can't you? Well, in fact, a stupid amount of it up to where you were. I mean, you can't just expect things to be free, right? And, you know, everyone else had to buy it to play it, each expansion. So I don't really know why that would be an issue. I know I played it on stream and I didn't have the latest content, and I'd got fucking, I don't even know what I was up to, but I'd got hundreds of hours of playing the game before I needed to hand over any more cash, bro. I was quite, I really like Destiny. But it's a first-person looter shooter, right? And I had Destiny 2 and I had The Division as my third person, but whoa, nice jump, dude. I never really got into Destiny, not because I didn't like it. I just didn't get in early enough to to really like let it, I don't know, wash over me and, you know, get that, oh yeah, I'm in it now, you know, get the first season done or whatever it would have been. I think if I had done, I was probably playing 7 Days to Fucking Die, some shit like that. Imagine if it only works for those who craft it. It wouldn't freaking surprise me, it is fun, Cobb, dude. I wouldn't, dude. We should do testing. It was medical at first. Yeah. It's apparently it's quite bad in America. It probably is in the UK. Probably is everywhere, right? If you're into that scene, right? Yeah. So it is in the synthetic lab opioid. Is it quite easy to make then? I mean, like if they're cooking it up, or is it always laboratory grade? And I mean, you know, I just don't know. Like crystal meth's a bit all over the place, isn't it? But still used in hospitals. Yeah, well, I know there's a legitimate use for it, but yeah, for anesthesia purposes. Yeah, Faint is still used. Yeah, I've got a couple of 300 hours in Diablo 1 and 2. I did play Diablo 1. I was there for the start of Diablo 1, and to be fair, Diablo 1 wasn't great end game when you got there. You know, on launch, it was a very soulless, very grindy, very bland end game. Which, you know, came along like a lot of games do, you know, once they've been out for a little bit. You know, you started having more content and it felt pretty good. But, yeah, I don't think I was in from the start with Destiny 2. I'm sure I wasn't. I think I might have played, like, a beta test. And I'm sure I was busy playing something else and actually missed the launch, because I think I was away somewhere when it came out. But yeah, Destiny 2 is definitely one of my regrets. I kind of wish I'd been in there from day one and chipped away at it. Do you know what I mean? I think personally I would have had quite a fun, you know, time with it. Because I do like it. I've always said every time I pick it up, I enjoy the minute-to-minute gameplay, you know. I suppose, like all games, though, you know, if you're playing it super hardcore, you know, sometimes you get a bit jaded, don't you? A bit burnt out, a bit worn out. So some changes, but you might feel like a little bit, you know, in the wrong direction. So, but I do like the game, though. And that's the most important thing. I like the minute-to-minute gameplay. Yeah, it was really good, wasn't it, Tommy? Yeah, I've got a lot of friends that freaking just obsessed over it, dude. They really did, you know. It was like the greatest thing since sliced bread for them on PlayStation. Really enjoyed it, man. I've always been a bit pissed at myself that I didn't just, you know, crack on, man. Just jump in, why not? Really? That good pass? Yeah, is that like the one for you? Yeah. That's cool. That's so nice to know that, man. I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. It's lovely when you got a game like that, innit, mate? You know, everyone strives to find one like that, don't they? Yeah, so to me, I like the gunplay. I like the progression. I just like the world, man. I like the lore. Fascinated with the lore. I thought the lore was brilliant, man. Destiny 1. I'm sure, obviously, it went wonderful places in 2, but yeah, really good, man. I think Mado's a really big fan of it, isn't he, Wentex? Or whether or not he still is, he certainly has spent a significant amount of his gaming life playing Destiny, right? And I'm sure he's the man to go to, right? Does he still play? What's the prediction? So we lost High Guard then yesterday. I think their closing servers, what, March 12th, 13th or something? You know, I think we all knew it was coming. You know, it's awful. You know, more job losses in the industry. And, you know, I'm sure many, you know, I'm not saying all, but many of the people that worked on the project are probably, you know, very passionate, very skilled individuals, you know, with families and all the rest of it. And it's never nice to see a game, you know, fail. You know, if all games could be wonderfully successful, that'd be a great thing, right? But we got Burning Blades again. Actually, I probably shouldn't have learned that, should I? I got a bit trigger happy there, wasn't I? What was I going to say? But yeah, it's done. Another one, you know. I was saying, you know, these hundreds of millions of dollar projects that just keep folding, man. You know, we're in a right mess as an industry, aren't we, really? It's, I know people like to laugh and ridicule and say, haha, told you so, but, dude, you know? So many job losses, man. You know, just people just like you and I, you go to work and, you know, they just happen to work on a video game. You know what I mean? That's what they chose to do or somehow got caught up in, and I think I'll just get rid of that. You know, they don't have any say in the art style or any say in, like, the microtransactions. You know, they just sit there 9 to 5 and code away, right? And you know, another bunch of developers now looking for jobs. It's, you know, an industry that's going to get hit more and more from AI at every level. Some dark days, man. Some dark days ahead, I think. It's, sad to see, really. Yeah, my marathon is it's only a matter of time, isn't it? If it can't, you know, I think marathon is, well, I suppose the thing is, it's like you say, you know, marathon's not a bad game. I think marathon's a good game. I actually do think it. You know, I'd even go as far as to say it's actually pretty good. The thing is, it's just not for me. You know, that is not a game that I'm probably going to spend any time with. But I quite enjoyed it. You know, it's certainly not trash. But is that enough? You know, is that enough to bring enough pennies in to, you know, keep the lights on? I don't know, man. What's that, team? Sword running Crota with a broken thumb was one of my pinnacles. Hang on, what's this? He's left it now. Thinks it's done. Yeah, I've heard that from quite a few people. Like the bigger content creators, dude, sort of saying like the writing's on the wall for it. Like it is really coming to an end. I don't know why they're saying that. I don't know. It might be something's been announced. I literally don't know. You know, I've got no idea about Destiny in the current state of the game, but they definitely picked up on that. You know, a definite, just not even a like we hate the game all of a sudden. More a sort of like, you know, I think this is the end. You know, I've been hearing it a bit more. We were talking about it yesterday. You know, I haven't got any statistical support on this. You know, just I spend a lot of time in these communities and reading things, and it's the same with Final Fantasy. You know, for the first time ever, you know, not people saying doom and gloom, but yeah, you know, kind of like I don't play it as much as I used to, or I'm you know, just for the first time ever cancel the subscription. You know, I might go back in the future. Just a general, like I said, not even a dissatisfaction, just a sort of like closure, you know, time to move on. You know, not with hate in the heart or you know, a sense of betrayal. Just, you know, I've had my fun. You see 7 Days to Die Blood Moons was down to 1 player last night. I'm surprised there's even 1 player. There's probably a dev poking around in it. It's such a bad game. At every single level. I always said they were the luckiest developer out there. They just happened to be in the right place at the right time with a terrible, terrible coding janky mess, man. And the two bros just dude, it's an awful thing to say, but they don't really deserve what they got, to be honest, man. You know, I think that the good stuff was built on the back of the modding community and some coders that were brought in very late to the game, because they didn't have a fucking clue what they were doing, did they? They were very lucky to make the money they made out of that. And you know, I know it's a great game. You know, I do thoroughly enjoy it, but I think the people behind it are just like juvenile man-children, to be honest. I wouldn't want anything to do with either of them to be, well, certainly one of them. But yeah, it's what a joke, man. What an absolute joke of a product. I dread to think how much money they pumped into it as well, thinking it's probably going to be like, you know, the Borderlands of the zombie genre or something. They're so fucking delusional. Terrible fight. It's not even a game, is it? Let's be honest. So a lot of people were saying that was touted as like the game we were supposed to get for free with 7 days anyway. Do you remember that from the original Kickstarter? Do you remember that mode, Wentex, that used to be in 7 days a long, long time ago? where it was like, it wasn't like an open world thing. You were set in like in an arena, and you'd get like crates would spawn in, or I can't remember exactly how that worked, but you know, like weapons would drop in each round, and it was like a horde mode style thing. You could build some defenses, but it was like a prefabbed set to fight in. And that was always supposed to be like an additional mode within the core game, the original Kickstarter, which also had bandits in it, but let's not get too caught up on that. Very strange there, isn't there?
Shield on.
There's someone here.
Wrong gun. Oh, dude, I've never seen that before. Dude just fell down, bro. Shields are holding. Oh my god, the aim. I need to move. My aim is just so bad right now. I'm sitting in my, I'm absolutely shattered and achy all over position, and it's just, I just get so lazy with the aim. It's like, it's close enough, pull the trigger. So, no, it doesn't work like that, dude. Listen, that's one of the nice things about the WoW and tab targeting, I've got to admit. That there is a deep... I've always said I don't mind tab targeting. I've got no issues with it, man. Just, dude, like literally shoot at me. Locate and boost the beacon. Alright, yeah. Sorry, forgot about that. Did you ever play? Did you play it, by the way, Wentax? I got sent a code for it. Oh my god, dude. Oh, dude. Like performance, trash tier. Content, trash tier. Graphical fidelity, trash tier. Gameplay loop, trash tier. It's so bad, dude. I even got, I swear I got given some codes to give away. And I didn't even mention it. I just don't dislike anyone that much. I can have a look if anyone's interested. I'm sure I've got some lying around somewhere. Even if you just play it as a curiosity piece, you know. Absolutely fucking unbelievable. And the matchmaking as well. Oh my god. So it's like something from like 1990, I would imagine. That is not the gun I want, bro. That is not the gun I want. That didn't work, did it? It's a bit. Watched a few videos of it Wednesday. Oh, dude. Just does make you wonder, doesn't it, man? I bet it didn't come cheap, you know. I bet they pumped some money into that, dude. Normal 7 days. Normal. I like vanilla 7 days. Vanilla 7 days is really good these days. Yeah, I could very happily play another few playthroughs of vanilla. Very solid. And I know it's a very different game to what some have enjoyed over the years, but you know, it is what it is. And I personally think they've done a really good job with it. So. Would I go back Wednesdays? To 7 days? No, very unlikely, dude. I know too much about the dark side of the modding community, and I want nothing to do with them, to be honest. There's some real fucking just evil bastards, and it's really taken the shine off the whole thing, to be honest, over the years, man. There's many members of that community. You know, it's the amount of shit I know. I've always said one day, you know, maybe it'd be a good idea to spill the beans on some of it. I've kept some very interesting logs around that game. Some of the comments that have gone on behind the scenes with ourselves. It's a very dark shadow over the modding community. It's I think I'll probably talk about it one day. Don't really want to get involved too much in the public eye, but yeah, there is a reason why I don't really hang around with the game these days. But I like the vanilla game. You know, I can separate that out. I do like the vanilla game. I think it's very solid. I wouldn't touch any of the fucking mods though, bro. No interest, especially some of the big ones. No interest in it at all. Let me have a look at this. How many have we got done there? Let's have a ganders. We got to be looking pretty good on these. Yeah, 7 or 8. Oh, look at that, beautiful. Right, I reckon we get one. Get a coffee. What do you reckon? Because we're getting pretty close to being done here, dudes. Shall I head in? Shall I head into the mission? Oh no. Oh, I will be me, Doc. I've got nothing to hide. In fact, I will look forward to the day when I let them know exactly what I know. Crafty little bastards sneaking around in dark circles. It's amazing who knows who. They should know better. Yeah. The skullduggery with the money and all the other things that go on behind the scenes, mate. Oh god, no, of course not. No, it's got that. Christ almighty, people who know about that one. But I'd play vanilla. I think I've always liked the building. Although I don't enjoy the building as much these days. But I like the cars. I think if you give me an open world game that's got vehicles, a little bit of building, and I get to shoot things in the face, I'm normally pretty happy. You know, I think as long as it performs well and it looks reasonable, you know, it doesn't have to be amazing. I'm normally quite happy, to be honest. I don't like those sorts of games back in the day, but I think the whole survival genre just got it just became a wasteland of throwaway trash, didn't it? Just early access after early access, and of course, you know, some of the content creators that have made a huge amount of money, and this isn't hating, and it certainly isn't jealousy. It's just, you know, when you know, like, I don't really know how to put it, but you know when you know you've just taken a payday to like big dick the game, and you kind of know the game ain't great, or the game is very front loaded, and you know the next big thing in survival, like the classic thumbnail, you know it, you've seen it. And I just can't keep listening to the same people shilling the next fucking big payday. It is what it is, you know, why not? I mean, why not take the payday? You know, maybe I fucking should have done. Trust me, I have thought about it. But, I don't know, dude. I don't know how you can do it. I don't know. I don't worry about it. That's why I don't really talk about it. It's just one of those things, isn't it? But it's like every week, the next one, isn't it? You know, same old, build the same house, hit a couple of things with a stick. You know, we've seen it 1,000 times before. I just felt so drained with it all, really. Because you run out of anything nice to say anyway, don't you? Because they are. It's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. And the fakeness. I can't handle that fakeness, man. You know, oh look at the gun model. It's about, dude. You've seen that gun model in the other 3 games you just played. It's literally a static Unreal asset, mate. I could literally go show you the weapon pack, which was in the same game you played 2 weeks ago. That was the next big thing in survival. and they sit there. Oh, look at the detail. It's amazing. Yeah, dude, you forgot you did this 2 weeks ago, didn't you? And you know, you just feel like you've peeked behind the curtain of the Wizard of Oz sort of setting, you know? It's like, oh, fuck me, dude. Like, but you see it in the comments, don't you? Then you watch the people lapping it up, and you just think like, oh, fucking hell, dude. Am I alone in the universe or something, man? It just became too much, dude. Just too much. It's pretty bad. It ends up happening with small teams. A bit of money and popularity, people think they're the second coming of Christ. We had problems with a chunk of the team on me. Yeah. I mean, you'll know it. I mean, you'll know this kind of stuff, won't you, Dr. Gnosis? At a more, let's put it this way, at a more professional level. Even though they might not act professionally, but it's a big difference between that and someone just, you know, taking some nice money. Dude, it's just an interesting talking point. I certainly doesn't bother me, dude. You know, people got to do what they got to do, and I keep my nose out of it, mate. But I think there's some interesting stuff I would like to share about some of the 7 days shenanigans that's happened over the years, and that would be. I don't think people should. No, I don't know. Let's not talk about it, boys. The moral choice I'll have to make at some point. And to be honest, mate, I don't need it. I don't worry. People have got to stand on their own 2 feet, make their own minds up. You know, I don't need to be there really talking about it, do I? But I sometimes wonder if, like, maybe we do, and maybe we should talk about stuff like that more. But you know what, mate? I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I've got enough going on in my life, boys. I don't need the drama. I think some people thrive on it, don't they? I like good drama. We were talking about this the other day, weren't we? I like a bit of fun guild drama. You know what I mean? That's kind of nice. You know when it's not horrible. It's just, you know, like a drama, like a TV show, and things are happening, and it makes it all very real, doesn't it? It kind of the personalities in the guild. It's fun, isn't it? It's what makes it fun. You know, it puts a name, it puts a personality to the avatar on screen, and I kind of like that. You know, there's such a thing as positive drama, isn't there? That's why I've always fancied playing Eve. I always thought, I mean, Eve might not be the best example because it's probably quite dark, and didn't someone actually put a real world hit out on something? I can't play, I'm chuckling now. So that might not be the best one, but you know, like all the political intrigue and things. Jesus, will you take the shot, dude? I'm trying to like. Right, this dude's doing my head in. I moved. I'm sitting where I'm supposed to be sitting. Let's get my... oh, please tell me I did. I thought I'd forgotten to get the what's it then, guys. Forgotten to get the Vulcan. You need to sit. I'm going to get a coffee and sit properly in front of the monitor. But yeah, it's... Crimson Desert's the one I'm really looking forward to. I really do hope that is a good game, man. I think it'd be like a breath of fresh air to get something in that, you know, single player, action-y, adventure-y, yeah, to some degree role-play-y. I think it'd be really, because we haven't had anything in that genre for so long, have we? I know it's not Skyrim, and I know it's not The Witcher 3 in that sense, you know, very, very different sort of game, but I still think a lot of people would be able to play that. You know, to immerse themselves in the world and, you know, roleplay, walk around, pay attention to the quests, and, you know, we haven't had anything like that for so long, dude. You know, so long. Was it good drama or bad drama in Lottery? I must admit, the best positive drama I ever had was in Lord of the Rings Online. Like, really good role-play stuff. Like, really good. Where people were sort of role-playing, let's say, unscrupulously devilish characters. It was really good fun, man. First time I sort of saw that was in Ultima Online. Never really saw it in WoW. I'm going to be honest. I think there was too many things to do in WoW. in Lord of the Rings Online, I think there was a point where we were stagnating a bit because we'd run out of content, I suppose. So we sort of like kept ourselves to ourselves and did a lot of guildy stuff, but yeah, I like the tale of webbing, the tales that people have made, the adventures they've been on. You know, infiltrating another guild and finding out tactics and strategies and getting on their forums, and it was quite fun, you know, quite fun reading what people would get up to, man. I really hope Crimson Desert is goodbye. I have a feeling it ends up being another Dragon's Dogma 2. Is that what you're actually worried about? Yeah, do you think so? Dragon's Dogma 2 was so bad. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is what intrigues me, man. I really, it's almost like I can't see how it can all come together. So many different things pulling in so many different directions. Like, is it going to feel overwhelming? Like there's too much going on. Is it going to feel cohesive? You know, or is it going to feel like things are just tacked on for the sake of tacking them on? That's the ultimate question, isn't it? I think with Crimson Desert. Let's go back to space. If it is, I mean, if the whole thing works, like as you know, to add to this idea of a wonderfully seamless, integrated world where you are a genuine character in it, and actions have consequences, and you know, building up your settlement, you know, actually means something. Yeah, I mean, it could be freaking epic, right? Oh, have you? But oh, I'll have a look in a minute. I'm standing back, trying to get ahead of this thing. As you see it on the ground there, well, that's bad, isn't it? Always fancy if I could fly through that little. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh, you actually can't see shit. Oh god! Oh man, that was close, bro. Dude! Holy crumbs! Wowzers, bro. That's actually really cool, to be fair. I've done a really cool job with that. So did you have a bit of nasty drama then, Doc? I mean, there's the horrible stuff, you know, where it all goes too far. You know? And people are starting getting... There's a bit of animosity and a bit of malice in it, isn't there? With guild dramas. Or pettiness. But I think there's also the cool stuff. You know? Well, we had some good shifts in leadership. You know, when things weren't working out, or raid leaders were just not working out, and there was like a consolidated, open, transparent push to eject them and bring someone new in. And you know, I quite enjoyed that side of it. You know, just because you were the raid leader didn't mean you were going to stay the raid leader. You know, if you were always late, or you weren't organising things, like, why should you, dude? You know? I kind of like that stuff. And voting, you know, the votes that we'd have, you know, to shift, you know, the upper echelons of power and remove people. It kind of felt legit, man. It wasn't you just the guild leader just because you set the guild up. You know what I mean? Because that happened a lot, didn't it, in the old MMOs? You just get some dude that would be there, like in the noob corner, spamming, do you want to join a guild? You know, a little bit of prose to make them sound half professional. And like, before you know it, they've got 50 people in a guild, haven't they? But they've got no idea how to run a guild, what the guild's going to be doing, you know, the general philosophies and morals of the guild. There's nothing there, right? It's just a dude who's got 50 people under a banner. You know, that's not really good enough, is it? It might be great the first couple of weeks. You've got people to play with, to have a chat with them. But, you know, when you get to your first raid dungeon and you realise, you know, there's no cohesiveness there, you've got to start reorganising things, haven't you? And I kind of like that. I kind of like the... I suppose the flexibility that offered, you know? Yeah, but it's better than Assassin's Creed Samurai. Was that the latest one? Was it called Samurai? Was it called Shadows? Which one's Assassin's Creed Samurai? Or do you mean Shadows? Let's go and have a look what bot left us. Up here, bot, yeah? What did you say? Let's go present your second hanger box. This one. Oh, is that this one? Oh, it is. Oh, I can start using that now then. The one that Rogler gave me. A carrier ornithopter tail Mark 6. Hang on, how did you get these, dude? Nice one, right? Oh fuck, that's a really. Oh, that's a real help. Oh, nice one, dude. Thank you very much. Right, I couldn't get into it. Dude, Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Hands down, one of the best looking games I've ever played. I thought it was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Everything about the game was just absolutely stunning, dude. A little bit repetitive at times. But without any shadow of a doubt, a game I truly thought, oh my god, I'm just going to get lost in this. The problem is, it's not an Assassin's Creed game. And that's what I wanted to play. It's the duality. I've said it so many times. An assassin in Assassin's Creed, whether it be like Conway, Ezio, whoever it is, right? What I loved about those games was the idea of stealth and also being a bit of a badass when it all went wrong. That my primary objective was infiltration and shadowy covert ops. But you know when the shit hit the fan, go toe to toe and have a swashbuckling fight out of the compound or whatever it was. I love that, man. It was like two gameplay styles built into the one character. But Shadows separated that out. I had like the shadowy character and I had the hulking brute character. And I didn't like that. That's why I didn't carry on playing Shadows, because I just didn't like the duality of it. I don't like switching between two characters to have two different play styles. It's something I never wanted in Assassin's Creed, and that's why I didn't like Shadows. If it had just been one dude, I wouldn't have cared. It could have been an octopus for all I fucking care. But if I could still have played the way I played the old school Assassin's Creeds, I would have played the shit out of Shadows, man. But I hated that concept of two different people. You know, I really get into my Assassin's Creed because I think the worlds are so rich and beautiful. You know, I really am creepy, you know, Ezio Auditore, you know. I really like it, you know. I really get into the character. That's why I can't wait to play Black Flag. I'm really looking forward to Black Flag, man. Lottery Guild. I played a female character, was invited to join. Makes sense. I got on well with some of the guild big dicks, and there were some issues with the guild leader helping themselves and stuff in the guild storage room. Oh shit, really? More than was felt fair. The guild leader discovered by a male. The guild leader discovered to be a male playing a female and milking it, which was a story that broke the camel's. Well, that was super common though, wasn't it? Guild big dicks did a reign together, and in the middle of it, we decided to split off and form a new guild. Just a May word count. Yeah. So in the middle of a ranked dungeon, Uragarth, for those that are interested, we planned out the new guild while the leader was offline. Arranged to reclaim assets and invited other people, and mass quit and reformed. My contribution, I thought of the new name for the guild because I'd been there and suggested the name. I was made part of the council, and the next day I realised the guys thought I was genuinely a girl. And at this point, you had a choice to make. That's what you felt as well, Mr. Viod. I felt, yeah, exactly, dude. And like, the thing is, dude, if I'd known that, I did know that's what the game was. What I'm saying was, if that had been another game, like it just wasn't an Assassin's Creed game, you know, it probably would have felt all right. But it's just not what I wanted out of an Assassin's Creed game, dude. You know, I was looking forward to it, not because of the environment, not because of the world, not because of the characters. I was looking forward to it just because it was another Assassin's Creed game. I just recently played Assassin's Creed Mirage, which is like a throwback to the old design of Assassin's Creed. And I love that. I really like Mirage, man. There's two, like, styles of Assassin's Creed now, obviously, aren't there? You got the more role-play-esque ones, and you got the old-school ones. I love that old shit, dude. Love it. Mirage was fantastic. Really enjoyed that. But yeah, you know, it's... Oh, hang on. Shit. It's what's it, isn't it? I tell you what we could do. I've got a few assault ornithopter bits in here. Everything in here is Mark 5, isn't it? So what I'll do up here, I'll pop those, because these will be super valuable when we start putting a carrier scale. Thanks for that, but that's really cool, dude. Thank you very much. And I can now start using that without fear that it's... Well, I'll tell you what. I'll use this for a bit. I might as well use it up. Use the durability a bit more. Because we pretty much one-shot everything anyway, don't we, in the test labs. Then I'll take that fresh when we start upping the ante on the difficulty. You're definitely going to get Black Flag. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to Black Flag. And I'm looking forward to it more than all the people that played Black Flag, like you said, like 4 times before, because I've never played Black Flag. I have, and in fact I've got a ridiculous amount of time in Black Flag, which would have been PlayStation 4, right? Pretty sure it was around launch for PlayStation 4, if I remember. But I never actually played the game. I got so lost in it, I just started, you know, riding around the map. I seem to remember going underwater in barrels and looking for treasure and sitting in palm trees, and I never got onto the main quest. I was just like lost in this fantasy world. And that's the one where you go out of the lagoon, innit? And then you see the whale do its blowout. And I was, oh my god. And it's also beautiful. And, you know, these gorgeous seas and deserty beaches. And I was off there. Fucking... It didn't even play the game. So yeah, I'm actually really looking forward to see what the story's all about, to be honest. At that point, my sister who was staying with me became me on voice comms. Dude. So you didn't just like not say that you're a man. So technically at this point, you're just playing a lady in a game, right? But you've never like gone out of your way to say, well, did you not know I'm a bloke? You just sort of didn't mention it. But you got your sister to go on voice comms to reinforce the fact you were a woman. Dude. One of the guys fell for me hard, and I genuinely never played up to it. I didn't want their help or their gifts or attention. It was the whole reason they liked me. If I joined a group, I carried more than my own weight and never asked for anything. But he thought you were a woman. He started swearing me really bad erotic fiction. So that's a great way to chat someone up online. You know what I mean? Start sending them bad erotic fiction. I quit Lord of the Rings Online and rebranded myself with Dr. Gnosis, so there was no chance of them ever running into me. Oh my god, dude. That's so terrible, bro. That's so terrible, mate. Hang on, is this the one we're using? Oh, yeah, that's the one that Rogler gave me, innit? Oh, the hole you built for yourself there, mate. That's funny as fuck, dude. Right, what are we doing? I mean, to be fair to it, I suppose if we search you on voice comms and you actually are a lady because it's your sister, yeah, you can probably understand his infatuation deepened, right? Probably thought, oh shit, it's not just some bloke sitting in his bedroom then. Dude, hearts were breaking that day, mate. Hearts were breaking. You'll always wonder whatever happened to him. What was you... Oh, actually, don't say, you know, because he might be able to hunt you down, man. Yeah, whatever happens to that beautiful... I was going to go up with a terrible name for you, though, Dr. Gnosis. You had it on the 360 PlayStation 4. Was Black Flag on the 360? Was it really? I didn't realise it was that old. I thought it was a PlayStation 4/Xbox One game. So you bought it across... I do own it on Steam, and I have booted it up on Steam. But the heads-up display is gigantic, dude. It's so invasive to your enjoyment, so I didn't bother. Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was. The boat stuff was really cool, wasn't it? You actually got on the Xbox 360 leaderboards for syncing... I didn't even know there was multiplayer, dude. I assume that's not then, is it? Is that just syncing NPC ships, or was there a multiplayer element? Yeah, we've heard that one. So it's which, you know, because I actually like that stuff. I also know not many people did. You know, all the Abstergo sort of side of the game, you know, the modern day tie-in, and you know the what was it, the Apple of Eden and all the rest of it. I actually really enjoyed that. I know a lot of people didn't, but I suppose a relaunch of the game, it's going to feel out of place, isn't it? I mean, it's a good call, to be honest. You know, a lot of people won't have played the old Assassin's Creed games. You know, they'll only have played things like Origins, Odyssey, etc. And so, you know, the more modern ones, weren't they? So yeah, to be fair to me, it makes sense to remove that. It's going to feel very disjointed otherwise. I was trying to be sensitive to the fact that there had been this huge issue with a bloke playing a girl, and there was a constant pressure to be on voice comms. It was my sister who suggested she do the talking. Don't you blame your sister? She liked to watch me play. But yeah, been invited to a guy's renovated Maltese fuck palace was just too much. Dude, why did you not take him up on that? What the fuck, dude? That he had a renovated Maltese fuck palace. I don't think it's going to we can send the plane tickets, mate. Book a week off work, dude. What the fuck? Opportunities were missed, Dr. Dosis. Opportunities were missed, my friend. You'll be thinking about that on your deathbed, mate. Oh, what if? What if? You know what I mean? What if only I'd gone to the Maltese fuck palace? My life could have been so different. Yes, Nick, there's probably a dude out there on another Twitch channel there recounting a tale of like the woman that he fell in love with playing Lord of the Rings online, and he'll never understand that one day she just vanished. He loved her so deeply, and the relationship, and all he can think about is she must have had a terrible accident. You know, she probably got eaten by a boss on the way to work or something, and you know, he's never been the same man. He's never been able to find true love since. His heart was just crushed and broken, and he's been a shadow of the man he could have been. But he remembers her, and he's got a shrine to her in his bedroom. So his big edition of Lord of the Rings Online and a scented candle. Dude, you're an evil man, bro. You're an evil man. What a destroyer of arts. Dear me. Crazy, man. What, did you just up and leave? Yeah, did you just vanish? Did you just like log out of the account and just never go back? Yeah. It's probably the best thing to do, mate. I suppose I've always assumed. I mean, I normally play a bloke character anyway, don't I? I'm gonna be honest. If I see a female character in a game, I just assume it's a bloke. I just like every single time, like 100%. I just assume it's a bloke, dude. So, you know, if someone was in a guild and they were the guild leader and they were a female avatar, and even if I've never heard them on the voice comms, I'd still assume it was a bloke. Statistically speaking, I think I'd be fucking most of the time I'd be bang on the money, wouldn't I?
Our mission here is as unique as it is practical.
But, so he's only got himself to blame. I think it's the point that you went on voice comms with your sister pretending to be you that you kind of crossed the line, dude. that was a little bit naughty, right? That was a bit naughty, dude. Alright, hang on a minute. Nice shot, bro. The stuff I've seen, that would make it into the top 100 things I've been thinking about on my deathbed. I bet you wouldn't. I bet you dream about that Maltese palace, don't you, mate? What could have been in another lifetime. Guys, I'm just going to go. So the girlfriend's home sick today. She's very poor. Very unlike. I can't remember the last time she had a day off work for illness, but I'm just going to go and check on it because I've just heard her moving around, boys. Let me go and check she's all right. It's extremely unusual. Hopefully that dude doesn't come racing over here and kill me. Just bear with me 2 seconds, guys. Yeah, she's alright. Well, she's not alright, but she's okay. I started Lord of the Rings online not long after we'd shut down there. I had a lot of people trying to follow me around in other games, so I tried to be the absolute opposite of what people expected, playing a female character, different playing style, even adopted a different writing style. Fucking has sounds like a lot of fucking effort, mate. Just should have called yourself Billy Bob Saggy Tits or something like that, mate. You know what I mean? You don't need to overthink things. Stop overthinking shit, bro. Call yourself Billy Bob Saggy Tits and sort of like write in a Brummy accent. Eh? What, mate? What? Hitting it. They'll soon start following you, dude. Where are you, mate? Gotcha. Oh, flamethrower is it, sir? That's quite. I was actually wondering if that was going to explode, and it did. That was actually quite cool. I didn't think it would. It was like shooting through the terrain, essentially, wasn't it? Saggy Sandra the Witch. Hang on, is this a person? Hang on, is this someone you know? Saggy Sandra. I saw the weirdest thing on YouTube Shorts last week before. I don't know if it's a new thing. It's ladies, right, that try to hold things with their underboob. I have fucking no idea what has started this craze. But obviously some ladies don't have very big boobs, so they can't carry anything, and it's always quite amusing, and they do it in like a kind of jokey way, you know what I mean? And then you've got ladies with really, really big boobs, and they can carry whole, what are those things you put your clothes in when they're dirty? Clothes baskets. It's like, how did this become part of my algorithm? I have no idea, but I'm going to watch another one. Fascinating, dude. Absolutely fascinating. The world we live in, boys. You alright, Missy? How's things then? Some blokes out there. I tell you what, Big Baz could. Big Baz would give him a run for their money. Great to think he could probably hold a 15 fucking kilo barbell underneath his. Switch out to that. I need to check out old Francis. I've not seen Francis Bourgeois on my feed for a while. We spoke about him yesterday, didn't we? I like Francis. He's a good lad. Ah, not great, Missy. Not great, mate. Girlfriend's off poorly today. She's all right. Just checked on her. She's okay. Well, as okay as she can be. It was a lot of effort back then. I was the GM that had been accused of sleeping with a player for in-game items. Dude, were you just like weird? Like... Is there something you want to tell us, guys? It's 2026, mate. You know what I mean? People are understanding, and you know we embrace diversity these days, bro. What's going on here, mate? It felt like, you know, do you miss these days, do you, bro? Different world back then, wasn't it, mate? I was the GM that had been accused of sleeping with a player. How do you just, like, do that? How does that get into the guild chat? Hilarious! Did you sleep with my missus? How does that even come up, bro? Been accused of sleeping with the player for in-game items. I didn't. She stayed at my flat for a few days because she'd come to visit us, and the other men in the office would have, and there was a lot of controversy going on. What sort of weird harem-esque guild were you running, bro? And why was I not a part of it? Oh my god, dude. Let's talk about guild drama earlier. Look at how this is on a whole. It should have been a TV fucking show on Netflix, bro. At this rate. Oh my God, man, I can't shoot for shit either now. Too busy juggling. Giggling, chuckling. Can't even think straight now. The MMO wife. Never started watching. Hang on, what's it? Never start watching telenovelas. You'll be so hooked on the drama shows. What's a telenovela? I don't know what a telenovela is. I've never even heard of that. Telenovela. Is that a thing? Is it? That's like your type of guild, bro. God, do you imagine that? Fucking hell, dude. God, I couldn't handle the stress. That's like a nightmare, to be honest, bro. I just want to do a fucking dungeon. I don't do shaggy do. So it's like far too much fucking information for my liking, you know what I mean? Did you empty everything out of your big box? What do you mean by my big box? I don't have a big box. You've got a big box at my base, if that's what you mean. I think that's just got some fuel cells in it, dude. Or are you talking about something else, bro? Spanish drama EastEnders. I did used to watch EastEnders. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I watched it because the girlfriend watched it, and it was a nice thing to watch together. And I did start getting into it a little bit.
How about
you know, I'd never watched it before, and then she used to watch it on whatever days it used to air. And, you know, before I knew it, I was getting to know, what was it, the Mitchell family? Peggy Mitchell, was it? And a couple of the others, and it, well, you know, it was all right, dude. You know, I didn't hate it. You know, I wouldn't lose sleep like some would if they missed an episode, but... Right, this is a problem. I can't actually seem to shoot, dude. Right, it's did, mate. Oh, now I've really messed up. I'm actually gonna die. Let me see, man. As soon as I went out of rhythm there, I did well to get the two arrows on. Gotta remember, I've got to stop. Oh, hang on. How come the door ain't open? Oh, what? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's bugged out. Oh, I don't believe it's not butter, bro. Oh, bugged out, dude. Oh, man. Anyone got any suggestions on that? God damn, bruh. It's the fun com jank. It's the fun com jank. Jinky janky janky. It's the fun com jank. What about if we could either do unstuck? You see what that does? Hold your breath, boys. Oh, well that didn't do fuck all. Log out. What, really? I suppose technically it says leave the station. So technically... Oh, bloody hell, bruh. Fuck it out, mate. You know what I'm saying? What the fuck it out, bruh? What's the highest difficulty I've done? I think we've only done like... I've only been doing dailies, dude. I think... Oh. I think we've been like 3 or something like that, dude. Waiting till I've done... Well, we're waiting for server merges, and I'm probably going to... Because that's the end game then, isn't it? I've got a little bit of building I want to finish. Oh, you gotta be kidding me, dude. This dumbass game. I'm actually fucked then, ain't I? There's no way out. I'm trapped in here. Until after maintenance.
Access denied.
Oh, God, this fucking game, bro. Anyone think of anything else you can do? Oh, no, bro. I saw God for shit, bro. We is fucked in it. You know what I'm saying, bro? No map for this area. Unstock doesn't work because they put it on a 3-minute timer. Exit to main menu, quit. I don't know. I think we're fucked, man. Should we just like hang on this screen for a minute, see if it times me out or something? They invite someone to a group. How would that work? What? And then they'd be able to get in, you think? Respawn. It didn't. Oh, you got a respawn button top right. Oh, hang on. What was that? Oh, I missed that. Sorry, I thought you meant unstuck or something. Log and change seat. Oh, that's a good idea. Oh, we're out. We're out. Did it actually finish the mission for me? You think I actually got the mission? Because technically I did leave, right? Have a look. No, so not guild. That was Jeremy the Games Master when I was the community lead on me. The girl, the girl underage might add. Fucking hell, it's getting fucking what? Oh, hang on. Oh, it completed the mission. Ah, all is taken back, Funcom. All is taken back. Oh, you have redeemed yourself, my friend. Where was that respawn button then? I must have just missed it, dude. Dude. How long have I got? Right, I've got to get these dailies done. If I can get this down to 0, I'll be so chuffed, bro. Let me just get this done, dude. So she came to the offices out of the blue, travelled a long way, and had nowhere to stay. There were a few of us with space for her to stay overnight, and I was the only one I trusted not to abuse the situation. Unfortunately, known to us at the time, she'd already told a lot of people she was doing it, and things snowballed. Like me, dude. I'd have been so far removed from that fucking situation, I would never have been in that. That's just fucking... Fuck that, dude. Jesus Christ, mate. What the fuck was she doing, travelling at that age to something like that? That's just fucking... What the fuck, dude? Speaking of bugs, you asked about Borderlands one day, Grum. Yeah. Borderlands 4. We've already had more bugs in Borderlands 4 than we've had in all the other Borderlands games combined. It is a technical mess. Yeah. Even performance was terrible, wasn't it? I think that's a little bit better now, right? It's a good game, still having fun with it, but it's not as good a polish, and the story jokes feel a bit old and stuff. Yeah, to me, I always said it's, you know, I don't think my stance on it has changed. I always felt like it was the best Borderlands I'd ever played. Yeah, you know, I think anything that comes out these days, you're going to expect bugs. You know, big games, especially with so much going on, there's going to be all sorts of weird quirks and things in there. So I don't get too upset about it, but I'm just tired of Borderlands. I just don't like the formula anymore. I just don't like looking at so much loot. I just find it absolutely just dull. I seem to spend more time looking at loot or figuring out if I want to switch loot, and I just don't enjoy it, man. It's not the game's fault. I've just outgrown Borderlands. And yeah, it's the 4th one in the franchise. All the other ones I've played reasonably heavily. I've even played the spin-offs, even played some of the DLCs, and I'm not really a DLC player most of the time. And there's nothing special about Borderlands anymore. I feel like I'm watching the same movie. And it, you know, like a remake that maybe didn't need the remake. You know, it's still a great yarn, and maybe there's some new actors involved, and it's all right. But you know, it doesn't matter whether it's better or worse than the other ones. I'm just tired of the story, really. And I don't mean the narrative story. You know, the story that the game is. It's an art style with first-person combat, a bit of zaniness, and tons of loot. I just don't care about the loot anymore. It's I certainly won't be interested in Borderlands 5. You know, to me, I've had my fun with Borderlands. You know, I'm glad Borderlands 4 exists, because I think for new players, you know, put the bugs and issues aside, I think they've got an amazing game, haven't they? Just been around the block too many times with the formula, I think. And to be fair to them, and I said this before it launched, you know, what are we expecting from Borderlands 4? What can they possibly do to make it actually really special. And there's not a lot they can do, right? All you can do is keep trying to polish the formula. You can't deviate too much, otherwise it's no longer Borderlands. They were always playing a risky game with their humor, because humor is exceptionally subjective. You know, what am I expecting from Borderlands 4? And you know what I got? A well-polished Borderlands game. And I therefore, it's just not something I really want to spend any time with, really. You know, but what I like thinking of is that there's going to be people like, you know, like young lads and lasses right now today who are picking up their PlayStation 5 for the first time. You know, it's their birthday or Christmas or whatever it is. And, you know, the Borderlands franchise, you know, who's going to want to go back and play Borderlands 1 these days? It just does that reminiscent nostalgic memories, right? You know, you're not going to go back and play Borderlands 1, are you? It's a bit rough, to say the least, you know, in this day and age. You know, they get to play Borderlands 4, like I got to play Borderlands 1, and that's fucking awesome, and hopefully they'll look forward to Borderlands 5, and know that Randy Pitcher will keep banging them out as long as he's still alive, right? So... But yeah, you know, it is what it is, man. It's most important thing. It is a solid game, no doubt about that. I always pick good because I actually really like my Borderlands, but not enough to sit and play a new one apparently. But first one I've never completed. But first Borderlands, I've never actually not got to the ending. Not even close to the end either. Which is a bit sad, really, to be fair. Oh, I nearly forgot to watch it, didn't I? Have you only been doing combat spec? Yeah, 100% combat spec. Yeah, just I've been sort of like just on the arse end of the frontal wave of content. I'm just running that a little bit behind some fights, so I didn't get to do like the double XP weekend really. I started back up not that long ago, but I took a bit of a break, so I was still playing a bit of even Duraluminium catch up for a while. So yeah, you know, I'm not at the point where I'm into chapter 3 straight into, you know, doing high level dungeon runs. I still want to finish my base. We've got server merges coming. You know, I just got another 35 tokens to spend, you know, with the double XP weekends. So I'm still working my way through those. You know, first time really playing in the deep desert over the last, what do you reckon, if Boxing Chat, 5-6 weeks? I only really the last 2-3 weeks where I've been making my own bases in the deep desert. So, you know, I'm still just getting to that, you know, what other people were... You know, probably a couple of months back, really, dude. Yeah, you know, I'm not on the leading edge of cutting of chapter 3 content just yet, but I'm getting there, dude. I'm getting there. There's 415 what the mayor offices travel 300 odd miles across the country. First thing we knew about it was the people on the door were calling and we said we've got a visitor. That's just insane. That's just fucking scary as fucking it, dude. God, goddamn kids. I ran away from home once, and I packed this. I used to spend the weekend with my dad. So my mom and dad are split up, and my mom sort of met my other dad. And, I lived with them in the weekend. At the weekend, I went and spent it with my original dad. So I packed up all like my school stuff and toys, if you like, in this battered old suitcase. It was really bad. It was so funny. Terrible thing falling apart. And I decided to run away from home once. And I said to my mum and dad, you know, the classic, I hate you. That's it, I'm leaving. And they went, yeah, fine, go on then. And my two bros were upstairs. And I got my suitcase out and I packed it all up with all my worldly belongings, man. All my cuddly toys, everything. Every little plastic, you know, dude I'd ever owned. And I dragged it down them stairs and I was like, yeah, you know, I didn't say fuck you, obviously, but I was like, you know, the equivalent of like, yeah, fuck you, mum and dad, and I'm going to go and make my own way in life. My bros, their heads sticking through the banisters on the top of the stairs. And my dad opened the door for me, which I thought was very polite of him at the time. And it said, see you, son. And I thought, oh, this is not quite as dramatic as I was expecting. And I made it approximately, I don't know, 30 meters down the road before I thought, this suitcase is really fucking heavy, isn't it? It's only ever gone from the front door to the boot of my dad's car before. I thought, it's like looking fucking good. Anyway, yeah, managed to go home, fucking knock on the door. The fuckers didn't answer. The greatest black in the history of parenting. Fuckers didn't answer. Fucking ages I was out there. And that was the last time I ever ran away from home. I had awesome parents. Oh, dear me. Funny fuckers. Fucking fuckers. Oh, dear. If there's any action in the deep desert, let us know, dude. Suitcase was mental, man. So I had like these really old, like clasp locks with like this tiny little, like crappy keyhole thing in them. Fucking hundreds of years old, even when I had it, I think. Probably floated up from the Titanic. Can't imagine that happening these days. Fucking hell, dude. You imagine it if your kid walked out of the door at that age. Jesus Christ. You fucking... It'd be a nightmare, wouldn't it? I'm pretty sure my parents didn't even look out the window. I'm pretty sure they carried on watching whatever was on fucking telly. He'll be back in a minute. Don't worry about it. I'm fucking right, I was. Fucking heavy, that thing. Yeah. Then the look on your brother's faces as well, like, oh, that worked out then, didn't it? Shut the fuck up. Already moved into the top bunk bed, the middle one. Got his fucking Rubik's Cube on the shelf and everything. You little fucker. No, I didn't pick up the beard, did I? Different world now, boys. Different world, boys. Different world. Yeah, finally he's gone. I don't know, lads. Life's a complicated affair, isn't it? Now this puts me on what? Approximately. Let me get my coffee. It's going cold, boys. So what are we doing about World of Warcraft then, lads? What's going on? What's the plan here? Oh, there's a blowing G out and Rog wants to go in the... Oh, right. Well, let us know if there's a spare slot, guys, and I'll pop over, mate. I like my carrier flying, so... That's scary. That is, Octanosis, isn't it? Have you seen this Crimson Desert, Missy? I don't know if that's your cup of tea, because you quite like the Fallout games and Skyrim and things like that, don't you? And I'm going to be honest, it's not like those. Look, the escape button's not working again. Oh, well, it just finally started working. There's one called Crimson Desert, Missy. You probably heard about it. I think everyone has. And if, let's make a little WoW guild. But what would we do if we made a little WoW guild? What are we doing? You know, do you want to jump straight into... everyone's all, you know, finding their feet at the minute, aren't they? Would you want to start a level 1 character? Would you want to do classic? Do you want to play like classic and ultimately like set yourself a 2-year objective to finally get a 40-man team in Molten Core? Do you want? I mean, you know what I mean? It's not just a case of let's start a little WoW guild. There's a lot of shit to consider, bro. False flag. How many have we got? Oh, we get in there. Come on. Let's blitz through these, man. Come on, let's do it, boys. Let's do it. I'll feel so happy once I'm back level. I swear to God, if this weekend they give us another 35 tokens and double XP, I'm gonna shoot someone, bro. Let's go this way. You've heard the name, yeah, Crimson Desert. It might be it might be a perfect game for you, Missy. You know, if you just want something to experience on your own, you know, away from multiplayer. You know, I do like my Fallouts, my Skyrims, you know, my sort of own little private adventure in a virtual world, you know, swashbuckling and spellcasting and all that sort of stuff. It could be really, really good. It's just because it's got a lot of other things. You see, you know, it's I don't really care about fishing, but it's got fishing, and hopefully the fishing means something. You know, the fish that you catch actually have an important element to them. You know, like in New World, it's not just getting fish for the sake of fishing. I think we get to build like a little community with you know, buildings and blacksmiths and stuff like that. I think you know, we've seen it before. You know, Assassin's Creed's done stuff like that. You know, it's got swords and you know, physical melee, and it's got a little bit of sorcery and magic, and your characters can fly a little bit, and it's also got technology, and you know, the dwarven race is known for making like mechs and things, and it's you know, I believe it's got crops and stuff as well. You know, it's kind of like, I don't know, it's just a hodgepodge of mad everything, and if they can like somehow plug it all in together, it could be so good, right? Or it could end up just feeling like a mess, you know, and you're being tugged in 1,000 directions. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Oh, it's alright. I thought I'd messed up. I don't know, dude. We're about to find out now. I'm sure there will be plenty of people playing it to let us know what their thoughts are.
There's someone here.
Okay, we stand, boys. We stand. That was a very quiet entry there, wasn't it? Beautiful, beautiful. I'm taking it a bit slow and doing the previous expansions, and seems like a pretty streamlined experience. I'm level 36 and in the 3rd zone. So, just give me an idea. Let's say, give me a run through what you did, Laren. Don't worry about if you're busy right now, mate. But, you know, like, what did you do? Did you make a level 1 character, log in, and go and speak to Chromie at Stormwind? Is that what you did? Or, you know, your first, like, 20 minutes in the game, what did you actually do? Would abuse the fact he's got a low swung gun and use the cover. I don't like the fact that this Decaliter John hasn't got the little vertical stripes on it. You wouldn't be able to see it anyway on the stream, but it should have little vertical like stripes so I can see the individual sips, and it's not on this one. No, and I don't like it. I don't look at games before release anymore. I look at them when it's out and get a better feel for what kind of game it actually is, at least with titles I don't already know. I just can't be bothered with all the expectations and possible disappointments. Yeah, well, you know, I mean, I think the difference with Crimson Desert is a lot of the preview stuff, to be fair to me, it almost doesn't feel like a big sales pitch either. They're doing a very good job with it, this one, Missy. You know, like at the end of the day, you know you're watching an advert, like you quite rightly say. You're literally watching, normally, with preview footage, aren't you? A sales pitch. So it's all the cherry picked. It's going to make the game look great. It's going to look like it's performing well. It's going to make everything look a lot more, I don't know, cohesive than it probably is. And yeah, you're right. Crimson Desert's ever so weird. Like everything about it is just weird. You know, they're promising no microtransactions. You know, everything they've done. I could even argue. Oh. Yeah, anyway.
Identify yourself. Who goes there? Where's my bagel? Interloper. Tossing grenade.
Right. Oh, gosh, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I'm so gloriously lost, team. What in it? Yeah. I made a level 1, started at Dragonar's Dragonflight or whatever it's called, and I'm having the best gaming time I've had in months. It's so good in it, Dwarf. You know when you realise, I mean, you've probably heard this, right, Dwarf, like banging on about. Why have I got no sound? Yeah, banging on about MMOs like every other day, man. Oh, that's better. Yeah, that's better. That's why even the what's it on the speaker wasn't playing that audio. Yeah, it is. It's really good in it, Dwarf. And you know, it's like I was saying to Tim, I think if you take your time, you know, you don't like start WoW with a oh I've got to get to end go oh everyone's already at level 80 and just enjoy the ride, man. Soak it in, read the quests a little bit. You know, some quests are probably not worth reading, but some might actually be really important. You know, that like really tie some of the lore together, and you know, and enjoy having your shitty bags and your shitty skills and getting completely lost in Stormwind for 3 hours. You know, it's an adventure to be had and not to be raced through, isn't it? And I think that's the problem, right? Is so many of us. Well, I know I was. You know, I don't really want to go back to WoW because like there's too much content there. It's going to take me years to get back to like max level. But it doesn't, man. It doesn't take that long, and there's so many streamlined routes through to that. I'm glad you feel the same way as I did. I was quite mind blown on Sunday. Like how much it washed over me as an incredibly well polished product, you know. I was in everything, even the icons did. Even the fucking icons, you know. It's just has that slick daddy feel to it, doesn't it? It's just Christ, dude. And it's been sitting there all this time, you know. Fucking playing all these fucking shitty MMOs. Christ, I even played Windfall for fuck's sake. What was I doing, dude? Oh, dear. It's a great way to get introduced to games you would otherwise never discover. So many games I bought because of watching Grum have fun with it. Don't you go blaming me! Well, good shot, man. That was actually a good shot. Fair play to you, man. Yeah, it is. It's. I really enjoyed World of Warcraft. You played World of Warcraft a lot, haven't you, Missy? We had a bit of a playthrough together, didn't we? This is, in fact, my fault. Yeah, don't you go blaming me, dude. I can't be held responsible. Because I had fun playing World... I was like, Jesus Christ. I was just like, wow. That whole stream, it was just like, oh my God, dude, like, fuck me, bro. This is... like, where do I even start with the commentary around this one? You know what I mean? I was just like lost, dude. That moment when I walked back in the room, though, guys. You know, when I was got like all the purple swirls and oh my God, dude. I walked back in the room from getting a coffee, I think, or whatever it happened. And I looked at the screen as I came and I thought, oh my God. It was like I'd woken up from a bit of a dream almost. And I looked at like the beauty of what was on the screen because it was fucking stunning, dude. And it was like, wow, man. You know, I haven't had that feeling in so long, dude. And of course, I'm really busy after the streams, and all I could think about, I was Googling stuff when I got a spare chance about, you know, the things we'd mentioned. Dude, crazy, really. There's a reason she's still around, boys. Right, Heart no Matter, Blushing Cavern. Accept, clickety-clack, clackety-click, and off we go. A game that works, yeah. Just so good, yeah, it is, and it's awful. The whole package, I think that's the thing, isn't it? It's the whole package. It all comes together, doesn't it? It's got that feeling of completionist, sort of like from a developer's point of view. Yeah, that's right, Casca. Yeah, you got to walk the shitty road to appreciate the smooth one, right? Why do I keep getting Blushing Cavern? I'm 100% blaming you. Installing a 14-year-old absence is the best, worst mistake I've made in a long time. Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's, I'm already thinking about 5 different ults I want to level up once I'm max level with my Blood Elf Paladin. I like that armor that you posted on the Discord the other day, mate. You're right, Doc. Yeah, it is. It's intriguing, isn't it, to see something like that just activate you so immediately. It's like that feeling I had when I first picked up World of Warcraft. I think, you know, when it was like, oh my god, you know, like coming from something like Ultima Online or whatever you guys were playing, you know, and seeing something like that, even in its classic format, it was like, oh my god, it truly was. It was like a technological leap, you know. It really was. You know, in-game, you know, chats and guild chats and even the house. I normally don't really care about housing, to be honest. I'm not really, you know, housing doesn't necessarily. Oh, I just missed that shot. I did, didn't I? Housing isn't really something that necessarily adds much to a game for me because I think, you know, I was so spoilt with Ultima Online's housing. But I've got to admit, I can totally see why that would become a huge draw. I love the idea of a little hobbit shire home to call my own, getting to know the neighbours, or even better, a guild one, a guild neighbourhood, a la Lord of the Rings Online, you know, to take home your booty looting and get some nice trophies up or whatever. Actually played quite well there. It's super well, one of the best housing systems I've ever seen. It is really good, isn't it? And I haven't even scratched the surface, man. How that moves forward as you level through the housing tiers and how it gets bigger or expands, I don't know. But yeah, it is very well done. Even the stuff I saw was the way I see it, even the stuff I saw was more than adequate to be impressive. And I know I've only scratched the surface of it. You actually like that, did you, Tim? Yeah, the housing. Yeah, so see, to me it's not. I don't really care about housing normally. Because, you know, no one else is going to... You know, like New World housing. I just didn't care, you know? I didn't do anything with my house. I think I got whatever advantages from it. I don't know if you got expanded storage or something, or fast travel. And I think I could put a couple of, like, emblems up. Insignia things, which gave my character a bit of a boost or whatever. Other than that, I just didn't really care. I mean, it was nice seeing other people's builds, you know, people that like that and having a tour of their homes. That was kind of cool, but, you know, to me, it's who cares? You know, no one else is going to see it, right? Why spend time on something that doesn't really add anything to the game for me? But the thought of a Lord of the Rings Online guild neighborhood, that's kind of neat, you know? Where you see your guild mates just hanging out on a Sunday afternoon or whatever. Or just a place to meet up, you know, so you can role play into it a little bit, you know? Get the warlock to cast the teleport spells like we used to. Assuming that is still a thing. I've reloaded this. No, I haven't, have I? You like housing, do you, team? Yeah, yeah. That sort of housing, definitely. I think it could be a big draw, couldn't it? Where's the dude? Where's the dude gone? I haven't killed him, have I? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. What's going on, bro? Am I cast today? Eliminate Leon. I definitely haven't killed Leon, have I? None of these are Leon. Apparently Leon hasn't spawned. What the fuck, dude? Leon, where the fuck have you gone, broski? You're right, Jelly, you forgot it existed. You want to early onset dementia, mate. You want to be careful with that, bro. Got him, boys. We've got him. Don't worry. How are you, Jelly? How's things? I don't think I've ever seen him up there before. First time for everything, I guess. I was about to say we're having a bit of bad luck here with the quests, aren't we? Got locked into 136 and got another weird glitch on this, but it wasn't. It's the thing with the warlock teleports. Yeah. I suppose my only fear with World of Warcraft is that inevitably it does turn into like one of those like I can't see what's going on the screen games. You know, no matter how much you dial back other party members' spells and things, there's still that kind of fear that it just becomes like it always used to. I'm just playing a heads-up display. I'm not connected to the game. Does it matter though? Because at that point, it's like I was saying the other day. You know, we were talking about like going slow through Warframe. Well, that's fine. Everyone can say they go slow through Warframe the first couple of times you do the dungeon or that tile set. Of course, you're not doing it on your 50th run, are you? At that point, you know, there's nothing else to see. I guess that's the same with something like World of Warcraft, isn't it? You know, first few times we're a dungeon, we'll take our time. You know, if we're playing together, we'd have a look around, we'd read the quest dialogues, listen to the NPCs, wouldn't we? Look at the design of the dungeon and the little cool things they've added to it. And, you know, at some point, you know, you are just going to want to farm that dungeon because it's got a cool bit of loot. You know, and does it then matter? Probably not, right? Probably not. All things become, you know, relatively mundane if you know, you see them often enough. Happens in this game, doesn't it? Yeah, and exactly, Lau. And the really important thing to remember is, are you even going to get that far? Don't worry about that, because you might not even get that far. You know, if you're putting like high-level raid shit on with 25 people in a raid, right? That ain't happening for months, right? A lot can happen in the gaming world in a few months, can't it? You know what I mean? So, you know, it's nothing to worry about. It's just something, you know, that's kind of always, you know, outside of having that, ooh, I actually really enjoyed that feeling. It's always been something I've been a little concerned about. You essentially do end up playing a bit of a heads-up display game there. If you want to be efficient. I think I'd be alright with it, mate, to be honest. I can still do the cool role play. Oh, last one, bro. We've caught up. We've caught up. I'll tell you what I am going to do, though. I'm going to go and drop this loot off because I've actually got a corpse of the boss, haven't I? Let me get that handed in. So sorry, Lan. Did I miss? Because Zach's taking a phone call there, didn't I? You know, like when you logged in with your level 1 character, yeah. Did you actually answer? I'll go back and have a look. Oh, level 1 character did the tutorial island. So this is the one where you go and kill some murlocs and do a bit of cooking, yeah? And you got out of that at level 10. Then you went to store and talked to Chrome and chose an expansion to get this level 80. And what did you choose? What expansion did you choose? Oh, put the brakes on, right? Put the brakes on. God, now what? God almighty. Fucking... Ugh. You know, some people are just fucking annoying, aren't they? You know, like, it's just no way around it. They're just like actually fucking, or just fucking stupid, yeah? And through their fucking sheer stupidity, they're fucking annoying. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I'm not necessarily a violent man, but there are fucking days, boys. There are fucking days. Let me tell you that. Shadowlands, which is the 3 expansions back. My plans to go. Well, hang on. How can Shadowlands get you to level 80 though? If that makes sense. It's 3 expansions back. So I don't get that. My plans to go through each expansion with a new team, ending with an Earth and Paladin as my main. I think that's the bit. That's the only like tidbit I'm not quite fathoming. See, Shadowlands can't. Oh no, hang on. No. The new level cap's 90, isn't it? Sorry, not 80. Ah, yeah. Midnight is 80 to 90, isn't it? Sorry, I was thinking the level cap was 80 now. Ah, that makes more sense. So they presumably will all get you to 80 these days, will they? Oh, well, from the Chromie side of things, yeah. Okay, very nice, very nice, very nice. Drop that on the floor. Let's go and drop a corpse back. In fact, we probably need all these topping back up. Each expansion is supposed to bring you to level 80. Yeah. I think that's the bit that I'm still a little bit like, But yeah, I think it makes sense. How many options did you have? Can you remember, like, what were the options, dude? I need to go and visit him. I need to go and, like, make a little, like you said, like just make a little level 1, whatever, Paladin, Warlock. Just go and have a look how it all works, man. Actually make an interesting stream, to be honest. Go and see how these, what the options are, right? All right. Corpses are back in there. What else have we got? Fuel cells and a little bit of salvage. Not a problem. All expansions. But hang on there. But that doesn't make sense though, right? You can't possibly choose the Burning Crusade and level all the way to 80 doing that, right? Because there's not enough content there, right? Surely. Does that make sense? I can understand some of them getting you to 80. In fact, I still don't understand how Shadowlands can let you to level 80. I mean, are you only is it because you're only doing Shadowlands? And Shadowlands scales? Is that what we're saying? But you're not doing all the expansions up to and including Shadowlands when you chose that. You're just simply choosing to do that expansion with that story. That will get you to 80. So I could choose the Burning Crusade and do the whole Burning Crusade campaign and get to level 80 at the end of it, yeah? If that is the case, then I am even more fucking mind blown. Like, on a level I don't think I've ever been mind blown on an online service game before. But I'll wait for confirmation before I... Oh my god, is that all we've got left? Jesus. Oh, we're going to the deep desert in a minute though, aren't we? I think the boys are out in the carrier. I'll go and do my 136, then we'll go and get some fuel cells for this week. Take a full ornithopter load home. Morning, Daxos. You alright, bro? How's things, mate? All good? My last one, boys. We're up today. Woohoo! So what expansions are scalable? You can pick and choose which ones you want to play through. If that's what you're asking. Yeah, what I'm saying is though, I think I thought like you chose a route that's like say X amount. Like you choose to do like I suppose in my head I was thinking it was more like you'll do a couple of zones from the Burning Crusade, a couple of zones from another expansion, a couple of zones from another expansion, and you get to see like the core story from each one. Like you'd have a path through multiple expansions to get to level 80. But I think what you're actually saying is because you just choose any expansion, any singular one. I could choose Pandaria, right? With a level 1 character, and I'd go and do all the content in Pandaria, or at least a lot of the content in Pandaria, and by the end of it, everything would have scaled to ensure that at the end of it, I'm level 80, right? Is that sort of right? And it's only 6 zones. Oh my god, is that all it is? Yeah, as well. Fuck me, dude. So, Jesus, is it super accelerated XP then as well? I believe that is that's how it works, yeah, too. When I time walked to Shadowlands, it started me off like I was starting, but when it came out, but at level 10. Interesting. Madness, absolute madness, dude. Can you even? No, that wouldn't make sense. Fucking hell, dude, it's bonkers, isn't it? Even getting your head around it is really quite mind blowing as an online service. Incredible achievement, really. Fascinating game. Right, let's remember to put the shield on. This is the last one, dudes. We're actually up to date at the end of this, guys. We are actually up to date, boys.
This is Imperial Testing Station number 136, and I am Station Supervisor Nicholas Munn. Our mission here is as unique as it is practical. We are focused solely on the real concerns of severe environment planetary colonies.
It feels really nice to be back on this. It really does. It was a feel good factor mode. I've only got dailies to do. Oh, that was a terrible shot. Gunny's kind of cool.
I've got you covered.
Oh my god, what was that, dude? Always feel bad for them when you do that, don't you?
I'm coming for you, scum.
Nice.
Access granted.
I love that you have the option to choose what you want to do and have a decent experience with it. Instead of starting from the beginning and doing all expansions one by one and not really finishing the story because you over level. 100%. This is exactly what happened when Shades and I played it a long time back. It sort of felt like we were having to choose like one of X amount of zones and forego all the content in the other zones, you see. I mean, in a way, you're still doing that. You're just choosing to compartmentalize it into the expansions. The problem with the way we had to do it, or unless we did have that option and we just didn't know about it, I don't know. It just felt like you were getting a snippet of each expansion on the full playthrough, whereas you're getting like quite a chunk of each expansion, but it is reliant on you doing multiple characters, isn't it? But that's a really cool way to get to know all the characters as well. And at some point, you'll have a level 80 across the board, won't you? You've got enough content to have a completely individual leveling experience across, you know, 10 classes, right? Which is phenomenal. Phenomenal. And we'll talk about value for money. That's insane, right? The amount of hours you could get into that. And, you know, you're probably taking a fairly direct route, Alarian, right, as well. You know, there's nothing to stop you going off the beaten track a little bit and playing with, you know, whatever other content, side content there is, and a bit of grinding, or you could spend all day today in the deep mines if you wanted to, couldn't you? game. Might not necessarily be efficient, but there's nothing, you don't have to like snowball through it, do you? Crazy, man. They did a good job, boys. They did a good job. Come on, last one, boys. The last one. That didn't work, did it?
Access granted.
Lovely jubbly! Lovely jubbly! Home sweet home, boys. Right, let's grab everything we can. It's quite good winning this one because it tops up on all my ammo as well. Not that it's hard to make, but pretty much keeps me at max. If they've expanded the number of characters one can have in total, I might be doing that at one point. How many can you? I don't know what the max is. What is the? I mean, I've got loads of characters. I've only just started deleting a load. Oh, and unless they don't count if they're pre-level 20, though. Maybe pre-level, you know, that would be a point to consider. Like, maybe it doesn't take them a slot if it's not hit level 20. So I've got a stupid amount of characters.
Let's see you dodge these. I feel better. How about you? I can smell it. You're almost done. I should be in the arena. This'll teach you.
That's a bit bad. Six minutes, 11 seconds. It's actually not that bad for me, to be honest. Max count of 50. Well, that's ridiculous. I mean, like, no one needs 50 characters. I mean, that's just way above and beyond what, you know, they should even really allow. That's absurd, right? So yeah, I mean, there you go. That's almost 5 of every class, isn't it? I mean, how many classes are there? I actually don't know. How many? 10 classes? Maybe 12? Something like that? I mean, Christ almighty, some games only let you have like 3, don't they? Before you've got to pay for a fucking slot. So, I mean, 50 is fucking ridiculously, like, more than fair, isn't it? There was a level sync button. I saw, oh yeah, we need to test that. What does that mean? Is that level syncing for like 2 people that are in a party? Right, Hagger Bison. Hagger Bison. Hagger Bison. Diddly 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 do. Diddly do, diddly do. Let me have a think. No, I'll tell you what, let's not do that. Where's my ship? Where's my ship? How do I get back to my dude? There he is. Yeah, I thought you meant like there was like a cap of like about 10 characters or 20 characters. I mean, 50 is just like way above what they have any. I mean, that's just been super generous, right? Such a ridiculously large number of characters. I'm actually surprised because everything else has been well monetized. I'm actually really surprised they even allow that many. And don't let you buy extra slots, perhaps. Maybe they do. Maybe you can buy extra slots, but I think we're up to date then. I think that is the full Landsrad sorted. So let's go and grab a little bit of titanium. Titanium. Well, if we can. We'll do a normal run with the buggy. What buggy? I'm going to delete every single character I've got. Like, every single one. Because they don't mean anything. I've been on little adventures, but there's no reason to keep any of the ones that I'm not actively using. So I'm going to delete everything apart from, say, my mage and maybe my hunter. Because I don't want to delete the hunter because obviously I've been given like a freebie boost on that. So I might as well keep him, right? Delete everything else. I suppose the only thing I want to do is just make sure I've transferred any gold, but there's no point because the gold that they've got on those characters, it's just insignificant. Apart from the mage, I would say, I don't even know, dude. There's just a pointless amount of just junk probably in the inventories. So I might not even look at them. I might just literally delete them all. And then at least I've got like a fresh start, haven't I? Don't need to be carrying around old baggage for no reason. I'm just trying to think. Need to come up with a naming convention is what I need. I'm sure everyone does in Path of Exile. I'm not sure what to do in World of Warcraft. You saw, I don't know, I kind of like an identity between my characters. It's not essential. Well, what do you guys do? Trouble is, I think in World of Warcraft you can't have like an underspace or anything like that, can you? Or a space. You know, a lot of people just use like, I think I did actually. I think I used Roman numerals in I feel containers. Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1. Right, so all maxed out, everything looking good. We've got this wonderful new gun, which I really shouldn't keep on me actually. Let me pop that. Oh, it's not going to fit, is it? Let's go to the deep desert and let's go and. How much fuel have I got? Let's take a little bit of fuel as well for the buggy. Gonna get some of that. There, 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's go, boys! We're getting very up to date here, aren't we? Very up to date. We have cross-faction and cross-realm stuff. And what do you mean by that, dude? What do you mean? We don't have cross-faction, cross-realm. I was really surprised earlier, Gale. I didn't know you could, I didn't know you could buy a token to switch a character from Horde to Alliance. Yeah, I was completely oblivious to that. It's an interesting addition. I mean, it's presumably been in the game for a long time, but yeah, interesting just to see all the options you've got these days. Whereas if it makes money, it'll be in there somewhere, right? Nah, don't agree with that, Shanes. You know, even level 40, 50 warrior, I've got no qualms deleting him. He's not part of me at all. I never go back and look at him and think about things. You know, there's memories are in my head, not on a digital avatar on a screen. It means nothing. All it does is stress me out with too many characters that I know have got forgotten stories that I'll never go back and play. I'd rather start fresh and clean. Where are we going? Deep desert. Past. Just purge it all. Start some fresh characters and enjoy their adventures. You know, the old stories are behind us now, aren't they? They exist in my head, not on a digital avatar. The mission that you're going to do, you have to be in the guild for hang on, what's this, Mr. Me? Hey Grum, the mission that you are doing, do you have to be in a guild? Oh yes, you do, yeah, the Landsrad. Yeah, I think you need, well, do you, or do you just need to be affiliated? I think you do. I think you do need to be in a guild, dude. I think you need to be affiliated with like Atreides or Harkonnen, don't you? And join a guild that's the same, I think. Toys were thrown out of the pram last night, Grum. I tried some scientific outposts in the deep desert, and in one locked-in room, I called defeat. 3 ninjas and a heavy. Oh shit! You might have been doing the end game stuff. Did you do a tier 6, Doc? The stuff in the deep desert. I mean, were you like far north? Because I think even the southern ones are tier 5, aren't they, dude? Yeah, they, I mean, I don't know what level your gear is and what your build is, dude, but even the low level stuff, dude, if you get ganged up on, right? Oh, you're doing the, was it a wave thing, Doc? Were you doing tier 5, the rooms with the waves of enemies where you get locked in and they just keep spawning at you? Because they are brutal, dude. They are actually quite well, they can be quite challenging, dude. And if you go further into the deep desert, I think they're tier 6 dungeons, aren't they, guys? Right, hang on a minute. Buggy. Yeah, we're here, aren't we? Log out, do that, do that, do that. There we go. Beautiful. What a rhythm. Gear. Yeah, well, yeah, you know, it does matter what your build is and what gear you're wearing, right, Doc? You are doing what was, until chapter 3, the end game content. Yeah? You are aware of that, right? So, you know, if it was a sudden spike in difficulty, that might be why, dude. They can be quite punishing, bro. The waves are nasty, man, because once they get on top of you, I struggle because I'm in heavy armor, Doc, so I can't just like endlessly dash away and run away. The heavy armor stamina sort of handicap does not work in my favor in those. I mean, it's not like my damage mitigation seems to be that great either, to be honest with you. But all I can hope is to get some drill shots on the fucker and just, you know, even if I take one out, that's better than what I was in. Just slow and steady, dude. But I mean, some of the builds, to be honest, they're fucking insane, bro. Especially the melee stuff. You know, I've seen people doing like, the old tier 6 and some of the high level solo Landsrad testing labs. And Jesus Christ, dude. They make it look so easy. I'm sure it's not. I mean, there's the thing. I would quantify this with a little splash of light. I'm sure there's a huge degree of skill involved, but they don't have to make it look easy, man. You know, compared to what I'm used to doing. But you do want to make sure you're using, you know, the right gear with a build that matches it. You know, make sure your stamina, you know, your water's topped up, because obviously that impacts on your stamina regen. I mean, now you've actually got a bit of a band-aid, because you can like augment weapons and gear. You know, if you're a little bit under spec, or even just go and pump a load of Landsrad skill specializations into, like, say, combat or headshots, or you know, whatever your build relies on. Really. With 9 poison darts were left up by someone with no armor. When you say no armor, yeah, well, the dart guns only work through shields, obviously. Like you might as well just be shooting paper aeroplanes at them otherwise, really. Dude. Yeah, you shouldn't be doing that. You shouldn't be using poison darts. Oh, dart gun as in a drill dart. If you're saying darts, is that a drill dart, or do you just mean like normal poison rounds? Because you definitely don't want to be doing drill dart against unshielded. So he ain't gonna do shit. Oh, the poison shit, dude. I came to that conclusion a long time ago, dude. It doesn't seem to scale particularly well, bro. Yeah, I really wouldn't expect that to add up very quickly. Even at the content I'm doing in the level 1 laboratories, that poison don't really seem to... I don't know, dude. It just seems very weak. Same as my turret as well, dude. Enhances poison damage. I don't know. I've never really looked into it, like in the Benny Gesserit skill tree or something. But yeah, I think in the low levels, the poison's really good because it's like fire and forget. But you know, I don't think it seems to have that much impact, to be honest, mate. And you are in quite a high level content there. I think it's more important to get like the headshot multiplier or spec for the body shots and things like that. I would have thought, dude. They do seem to have a rather large health pool and a little bit of poison damage. I'm not convinced is worth it. I'd just go for the highest raw damage you can, really, dude. Which is, presumably you've got access to some of the plastanium stuff, yeah? You know, if you're in the deep desert, that'll be your first port of call. Try and get at least, even if it's not a unique blueprint schematic, at least be, you know, having a plastanium crafted weapon, I guess. Melange. Just go to the deep desert. It's fucking everywhere, bro. I didn't even get... I got loads, dude. That's when I started to get back into the game with the scout order. I didn't even bring my assault, dude. Just go into the deep desert, right, and make yourself a little igloo in the PvE zone. Right? And come across, and the chances are, especially if you get a chance to come on in the day, dude, you'll see a spice plume somewhere. Just travel over, dude. I literally, I'm not saying this is good, but to show you how easy it was even the way I was playing, right? Take a compactor, go out in the Scout Ornithopter with a boost. I didn't even take storage, dude. I'd land the Scout Ornithopter in the pile of purple. Compactor normally in like 2 runs. One down that way and then one back coming to the Ornithopter. I think like 10 normally. And that would fill me up. And then I'd go and drop it off at base and come back, dude. And I just rinse repeat that, mate. It was not efficient. It wasn't fast, but I tell you what, mate, I had all the sand I needed to start making my early gear. Those plumes pop ever so regularly, dude, in the PvE zone. I mean, you can even find it in Hagar Basin. I mean, the amount of times I fly over little pools just on my way home. But I just don't bother taking advantage of it anymore because I prefer going out in the harvester with Buck. But if you want to, right, you can come out with me and Buck in the harvester. Or whoever's on. It doesn't have to be Buck and myself. Take you out, you can get you a full split load across the 2 or 3 of us. You're like mine or someone else's large spice refinery. You know, free of charge, dude. Just to get a good bang for buck on your first bit, dude. I mean, that's the way the game's sort of meant to be played. I know some people don't want to do that. They kind of like, you know, like to have that sort of individual experience. But getting the sand's kind of good fun, dude. I think you'd enjoy it being in the harvester. You just got to make sure you don't fuck up, dude. There's quite a lot to lose. I suppose he's getting out in the deep desert where it's less aggressive there. Yeah, exactly, Sorrel. Yeah, I did though. I didn't even use storage on my scout. I'm not even kidding. Remember I said I was getting back into the game and I was like playing for a little half an hour, 45 minutes here and there, and that's exactly what I did. I made a little drum igloo out in like E whatever it was, E5 or thereabouts. Couldn't always get one in there because obviously it's a busy area, and it was a little safe spot. And I'd go to the nearest plume, do the compactor. So my backpack was full because I literally I don't think I was even that efficient. I'm sure I had some junk in there as well, including fuel cells and stuff. And yeah, I'd fly out, fill up my max volume 175, then fly the sand back to a chest at the home base, and then fly back out. Rinse, repeat. Sometimes it'd be like 4, 5, 6 trips. And that was sand in a medium spice refinery. And it worked really well, man. It was like slow, it was steady, it was pretty good fun actually. Met some cool cats over there. None of them shot me in the face, which was always a bonus. Don't even need to build the deep desert either. All my spices purely compacting runs in the assault. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I did because I needed the base because I was in the scout ornithopter, you see, without storage. So obviously for me, the base was where that was closest for me to drop that off. And then what I do is then I transport it all in a single run on the assault ornithopter, you see. Finding the stuff. Yeah, it's pretty common, to be honest, though. I mean, you can't expect to come into the desert and immediately find one every time, but there's plenty of it, especially the time you play, dude. You know, if you're on in the daytime, mate. I don't think we've ever really had a problem finding it. In fact, quite often we find the large ones these days, don't we? Yeah, they said it was going down at 1 again. Yeah, it's fucking annoying, isn't it? What's the so-called fix today then? What is there a problem that they're actually patching or just yet more? It would be alright if it was like World of Warcraft, like Shades was saying, you know, when it used to be just on a Wednesday. You know, just take your fucking servers down. You already run the Coriolis event. Can everything not just be done then? They're constantly fucking down, dude. You know, I understand some of these things are probably critical, but I don't know, dude. If it was that critical, sure we'd be fucking hearing about all the problems, wouldn't we? I don't know, dude. It just seems weird to me. It's almost like they need constant resets because the servers are, you know, dying. It's like Star Citizen. You know, the longer the servers are alive, the worse they seem to get. Is there an actual problem that they're trying to fucking figure out? Because it's starting to feel that way, innit? I can understand taking it down for, you know, a critical exploit alert. But let's be honest, dude. They spend a ridiculous amount of the week down, don't they? And, you know, I don't want to be that dude. I know they're doing it for a reason. They're not just doing it maliciously to turn the servers off just to deliberately upset us. I get that. Of course there's a reason for it, but... Oh, what the fuck is the matter, dude? Why so much downtime? No, I've never played an online game with so much downtime. I really haven't. It's normally just once a week maintenance, isn't it? Or an emergency hotfix. They already do daily. Did they really, Elgoth? I didn't even know that. So the servers are already having a daily. And when does that run then, dude? Is it, you know, is it like a quick on and off 10-15 minutes, or you know, is it down for an hour? I didn't even know that, bro. Yeah, I said to him, I didn't even know that. It was once a week, but then the servers were hit by that hack, so it's been a bit rough. No, it's been like it all the time, Doc. No, it's not since the exploit, bro. I've been playing the game, you know, since its birth, and it was always going down. Since I've been back, even outside of that exploit, long before that exploit, every fucking day, dude. Every fucking day. 45 minutes, 2 hours. I think someone jokingly said last week, didn't they? Like, fuck me. The servers aren't going down today. And we sort of did laugh, didn't we? I might make some fucking change then, didn't it? Yeah, it is. I mean, like I said, don't get me wrong. I'm not angry about it. I get it. It's going to happen. You know, like I said, I'm sure there's a very good reason for it. But it does suggest that there's something actually very wrong, doesn't it? If your servers are having to, they have daily resets, they have a weekly Coriolis takedown, hours, you know, it starts to feel a little bit like you can start saying maybe all is not well. I think yesterday they announced, you know, they're aware that Pax and Harmony run like ass. You know, like, maybe the servers don't run as well as they were hoping, you know, if you've got a certain amount of population active on there. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I can safely say, right, my biggest concern, yeah, is that when the server merges happen, my biggest concern is that performance is going to drop off a cliff. I am a little concerned about that. I am definitely concerned about that. The WoW servers, yeah, fucking with... How many people are on a WoW server? Actually, does anyone know? Like, theoretically... If everyone on your server right now, they could all go to the same spot, couldn't they? Theoretically, yeah? Unless it involved fast travel, in which case they might then do like their sort of server mesh style implementation, right? But say you're in, I'm trying Calendar or wherever it is, yeah? In theory, everyone in that area could all travel to a point on the map, couldn't they? Well, so, which is a little bit different to the question I was going to ask, but I wonder what the actual server capacity for World of Warcraft is. Like, how many active players on a singular server? I know it's a bit different these days, isn't it? Because even if you're, say, on Emerald Dream, you could actually be playing on Earth and Ring or something, couldn't you? I think. I don't really understand how that works. I don't tend to quite get it. Is anyone you see with a parenthesis and an asterisk means they're actually from another server, right? Is that right? I'm not sure. I really don't know. But I would imagine it's quite a few people on a World of Warcraft server. What was New World? Was New World 2000? I'm not sure if I've just pulled that number out of my ass. Not sure, man. Not sure. Although, to be fair, the WoW servers are down for maintenance, but it is Wednesday, and I'm sure that's normal maintenance too. And it is post-large patch as well, isn't it? Like expansion patch. Sorry, I've got a really itchy nose. Completely overpowering, man. Oh, Jesus. Let's get the finger right up the nostril then. Got a tickly hair up there, boys. Right, I'm back. I'm back. Do you know how long the WoW service will be down? If it's the patch after expansion, the running joke is normally all day. You know what I mean? It's not unusual. Yeah, kiss goodbye to a day, mate. It might not be. I don't know what the normal maintenance window is. I genuinely don't know what the normal... has anyone been playing recently that knows about, like, Wednesday downtime? It's only normally a couple of hours, isn't it? Yeah, it's always post-expansion, man. They have so much shit to sort out post-expansion, don't they? And you know what it's like with World of Warcraft. They do take it super seriously, don't they? If some fuckers found a little cheeky exploit, they're fucking all over it, right? Because that actually affects their bottom line, doesn't it? Some fuckers found some dupe or something in World of Warcraft. Fuck me, like every fucking dev in the fucking business is trying to sort it out, isn't they? You don't want people suddenly not buying WoW tokens, do you? What did we come back for? Oh, yeah. It's not like a New World who literally had every dupe known to man running for months and months and months. One of which I understand is still viable. You might be running a high risk of getting caught, but since the game's pretty much done and dusted now, I don't think anyone gives a fuck anyway, do they? It closes next year, doesn't it? When's we've got a date for the closure of the servers, yeah? Shut up, we don't need that. Is it like January 2027 or something? It's probably why so many people buy the early access as well. So you actually get a chance to play the patch, you know, the expansion, you know, because they always know come maintenance it might be down for a bit. It's not a good day to have taken the day off for your bog standard peasant vanilla edition, right? They've already, you know, probably already level 90 anyway now. First couple of days. I Tell you what, I must admit, because I've been watching a little bit of World of Warcraft, even just general news and shit as well, nothing actually that specific. My YouTube algorithms picked up on it. And I swear to fucking God, dude, I had, like, on my phone, I think, I can't remember if it shows 4 or 5, the way I've got it currently set up, thumbnails. And 4 of the 5, or 5 of the 6, whatever it is, were all how to get to level 90 the fastest. It's just like, man, it's just like, it's always the same, innit? Rush, rush, rush. Rush, rush, rush. You know? Don't make these mistakes if you're trying to fast level. Or when trying to fast level. The fastest route from fucking 80 to 90. Crazy, man. I find the pace of life already too busy. I don't want it in a video game as well, you know? Enough's enough, right? Enough of the Zuma Gooba, man. The reason Russia would be that everything's worth more when selling the auction house during the... Yeah, I actually spoke about that yesterday, Gail. We were talking about the crafting. The 1 to 2 week window immediately on the expansion launch. It is like an absolute field day for making money, innit? An absolute field day. Here I am playing Shadowlands, which I think people say is one of the worst expansions. I don't even... Which one's Shadowlands? I don't even know what it is, mate. I hear nothing but negativity normally about the latest expansion in World of Warcraft. It's like, it does seem like one of those communities that like to be very vocal about how bad the game is, and yet they're still sitting there playing it. Same with Destiny. I noticed it with Destiny. The amount of fucking Destiny 2 videos that I've watched, that, you know, Aztecross and some of the really cool guys that play it. And like after comments is normally what a shit game it is, but they still play it. I get it, because it's a bit like Star Citizen for some of us, isn't it? But to be fair, I think it's not necessarily quite how I perceive it, because I don't have the sunk cost fallacy that I think so many are fucking imprisoned by, so... With Shadowlands seen as a bit of a wobble, like a genuine wobble, was it? Didn't they bring back what's his name? Didn't they bring him back recently or a few years back? Might have been around a bit longer than I'm remembering now, but... Crumbs of salt. So I actually, for the first... Oh no. I was going to say for the first time in ages, I actually got more Stravidium than what's it, but I didn't. I'm going to leave my salt. If anybody needs to use Fob 1, let me know, because I've left my assault ornithopter up there. Oh, I can easily move it. What character are you playing? What class are you gone for? Oh, it's going to be too soon for a respawn, isn't it? It's going to be way too soon for a respawn. Yeah, there's no real reason to do that, I don't think. Let's take this back. Let's get some plastanium made. We can even get 3. So hang on, when is World of Warcraft actually down? I can't log into World of Warcraft at the minute there. And we're about to get taken down on this in an hour. Yeah, fuck me, dude. You weren't joking. Demon Hunter. You know what? I don't think I've ever even played a level 1 Demon Hunter. You know what? I'd actually forgotten about Demon Hunters. It's on now. So when do the WoW servers go down then, bruh? I thought they were down today. Are they going down later? I always thought the maintenance was like earlier on for us in the year. So do you use the tokens to pay for your game time, Gale? Because it wasn't until Mario said it, I didn't realise you can actually exchange your WoW tokens for in-game credit. Or in-store credit, sorry. I didn't even know that was a thing, dude. So for about £10, isn't it? So you can either cash them in for gold. Well, no, you would have bought them with your cash. So that's close to $1 million gold, then, isn't it? See, I would never do that. I'd rather have the $1 million gold. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wouldn't be doing that. I couldn't do it. I'd rather have the cash. The in-game cash. You know, what's a tenner a month? You know, I know, you know, for some folks it's a lot of money, but if I'm playing WoW, a tenner a month, dude, the amount of money I'm already saving anyway, if I'm playing a game like that, £10 a month is fucking nothing, dude. It really isn't. You just literally get off your fucking lazy ass and go and wash a fucking car down the road, 10 quid, cash in hand. You know what I mean? And keep my 330,000 gold pieces to frivolously spend and the gold shire in. Throw money at the blood elves. Oh dearie me. Yeah, I can't imagine I would ever play WoW if all I was doing was farming gold to pay for my fucking WoW time. That sounds fucking depressing, frankly. Yeah, fuck that. Like I said, you know, I mean, when you think about it, it's been 20 fucking years, yeah? What was an original WoW subscription? Wasn't it like 7 quid? I think it was about 8 quid when I was, I don't know, I can't remember it. It certainly wasn't a lot, was it? 6 or 7 pounds. I think they'll struggle. I think there's a mental block there if they go above $9.99 in the UK. £10 a month is all right, whatever. Get your head around that. I mean, obviously you'd rather it was 8 or 7 quid, but you know, $9.99, it's like all right. But you know, if they put it up to $11.99, ooh, no, man. Wonder how long it's been a tenner for. Base is looking nice, though. Someone's built a big pyramid near us, bro. Very nice, very nice. That's you, but is that your pyramid over there? Yeah. Hang on. But I thought you were over there, dude. Oh, have you moved, Buck? Is that actually you? That fucking blot on the landscape. I should just draw 2D assets and sell those rather than farm gold. I was going to say, like, seriously, it's a tenner, right? Some of your talent, right? You know, half an hour, bang out some whatever, sell it for, like, probably more than a tenner anyway. Fucking there you go. And then enjoy having the gold to play about within game. Do some crafting or whatever, right? Crazy false economy, dude. I'll come and have a look, Buck, at some point. I'll have a look at the Buck Pyramid. We want to go in that one, don't we? 1,239. I don't think we're getting that in there, boys. But we might get the titanium in. Nope, no, we're not. Alright, let's move that out. It's all this freaking stravidium, dude. I'm just not gonna get that in there, am I? I'll tell you what, if I take that out, put that in. Go and make the titanium. That'll get rid of a bit of stravidium and a bit of titanium. Is it a 1-to-1 ratio if I plastanium on those two resources? Oh my god, it's 5-to-1. I wonder how much stravidium it is to a stravidium fiber. I've never really paid any attention to it. Wow, not what I thought. Oh, here we go. There's the 1 hour warning. Boo, fun cop. Boo. Boo. Rooms assault, yes. We still fit these in here. We should be able to get that in, right? Beautiful. Beautiful. And then I really need to work on the plastanium, man. Got to start. I've only got 669 plastanium ingots. What's it going to cost me for... what's it ornithopter, boys? Carrier. Carrier. 185. Oh, it's not as bad as I thought. Oh no. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on. How many wing? Hang on. How much is it for a wing? Oh. Oh, it actually is more than I thought. Fuck me. What about a harvester? 6220 odd. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna need a fair chunk, aren't we? Is there a better way to get my hands on titanium and plastanium? Or titanium? Didn't you say there was an island? So it's 3 fiber to 1 stravidium. And it's 5 titanium to 1 stravidium fiber. Holy shit, dude. So we're looking at a 5-3 ratio. There's also way more stravidium than there is titanium in the deep desert, or at least there is, you know, just slightly north of the shield wall, isn't there? That is a problem, boys. It is a problem. Oh, did that say insufficient water space? Yeah, we're maxed out on that one. Suppose I could just go and grab a few more corpses ready for tomorrow. Just won't let me do it, will it? I'm not sure, guys. You alright, Gas? How's the job today, dude? Better than yesterday. Just think yourself lucky you've not got to do what I've got to do later, Gas. What a gaggle of monkey dicks I've got to deal with later, bro. It's quite an apt way of looking at it, actually. How's the what's it going, by the way, Gal? Sorry, I've got to ask you. How's the games design going? Oh, you know one thing we should do today? In fact, let's go and do that and get it out of the way. We need to go and speak to our Atreides dude, don't we? I think 2 mentioned it yesterday. The 1119 unlock. Yeah, I'll have a look then, Asper, because I know Buck mentioned it, that he knew a little spot. So the current deep desert map has 2 titanium molens in the top left corner and 2 stravidium molens in the top right corner. So you're talking about all the way into the PvP zone, yeah? Like right top left. So what's that? Like E, F, no, E, H, some 1? And how good is that? I mean, what are we looking at there? I mean, are we talking like gazillions? Because I suppose, I can make myself a carrier and a buggy and take it over there. But no, the carrier doesn't have any fucking storage, though, does it? Which is like, let's be honest, fucking stupid, yeah? That actually really annoys me, like no end, that the carrier doesn't have storage on it. Like even if it, even if it is a personnel and vehicle carrier, it would still have storage, right? For the people on it. I think that's just proper cheaping out, to be honest. That'd be quite a fun one. I've never done that. So we could have someone in the buggy, someone in the carrier, and just island hop. That'd be really cool, dude. And if we had a scout ornithopter, no, an assault ornithopter. Oh no, because you'd have to give up the storage for the fire support, wouldn't you? I was gonna say if we had an assault ornithopter just running defense, maybe we could then also put some gear on it, couldn't we? But that would not work. So you could probably just farm as much as you wanted then, from the sounds of it, yeah. It'd be worth a run, I suppose. Because I do need titanium.
I see someone.
Stravidium, not so much. See, that poison might melt him, Doc. It might. But I'm not gonna hold my breath, look. Yeah, look. It just didn't do anything, bro. I think poison's like really good earlier on, isn't it? The NPC poison's in. Why is he not healing? Why keep breaking the animation too soon? Screw you, bro. Screw you. You cheeky little sausage. Now you're up here somewhere, bro. Mission accomplished, sir. That ain't gonna happen, is it? This is the Warcraft I remember. I'm now on a quest to rip feathers out of a duck's ass. I don't remember that one. I remember some fun ones with the gnomes. They were always a funny little community for questing. There always were some crazy ones in there, weren't there? They did have a bit of a giggle back in the day, didn't they? Didn't they do some really nice, like, little in-game memorials for players and devs that had, you know, obviously died? I seem to remember there was, you know, definitely tips of the hat in there, weren't there? Even quests or even full-fledged NPCs, weren't there? Named after, you know, what were deemed to be, you know, part of the community, part of the development cycle. Well, it's kind of cool when you see stuff like that. Little eternal Ancuan memorial in a way, isn't it? Spoilers. That's it. Hilarious googling quest to pull feathers out of a duck's ass must complete. It's on his bucket list there, mate. Have you taken any professions like gathering or crafting professions, Lauren? Were you staying away from that? I tended to leave that on most of my characters that I've had that were higher level, which are obviously now deleted or on an old account. I tended to leave it until like later in the game. Because I always found it just so much more enjoyable, to be honest. And just like, certainly for some tiers, just go use my higher level character to make some gold and then buy the shit on the auction house. Because it was never the most riveting part of World of Warcraft. I mean, I don't know if that's changed, but, you know, it really was the old, you know, make 3,000 of this in order to make 4,000 of that. The level at one point, you know what I mean? Landsrat. Oh, shit, hang on, what day? Oh, no. I think I was going to lose it. Oh, damn. Don't do that. Close, boys. That was close. Let's go and do that one. Keep it in the bag for tomorrow, yeah? I haven't done this one for ages. You gone for skinning and mining just so I can make a little money as I'm leveling. Yeah, I mean, I think the gathering one makes sense. I just never did the crafting. Gathering, definitely. Might as well hit an iron node while you're next to it, right? I remember looking at interactive maps for that. I think, in fact, that was another reason Zygor was good. You know, if you want to go down that route of sort of like making life very easy for yourself. I'm sure Zygor showed you all the nodes on the map, didn't it? In fact, I'm not 100% certain it did. Yeah, well, I was saying this to Shades the other day. I think it's fundamentally changed because a lot of the thumbnails were about crafting, almost as if it was like, I don't know, I'm not entirely sure. You know, almost as if it was like a soft reset kind of style thing and a whole new crafting menu or window. You know, I've got a couple of videos to watch around crafting and how it works in Midnight, or presumably pre-Midnight. It's not unique to Midnight, is it? That was a good shot. Yeah, it's like, yeah, definitely, Lauren. I can't comment on anything other than it definitely looked like it was a step in the right direction. I literally saw a screenshot on a YouTube thumbnail, and I thought, right, there's clearly something different here to how I remember it, man. It was just like 1 to 300 in the profession. I remember first aid. You always did first aid as you leveled as well, didn't you? Always take like a couple of, how many gathering, I can't remember how many gathering skills you could have, but yeah, take the gathering skill, do it while you level. Dump some gold into the cheap reagents plus the ones you've gathered yourself to get through the 1 to 300. But yeah, so I think you're right, dude. I wonder if it's actually a good system, bro. Like, is that the last thing that you know, because it always was, wasn't it? Every fucking MMO you played, it was craft 1,000 of this to make 1,000 of that to make 1,000 of this. Brain dead. Throw it all on the floor because no one wants to fucking buy the shit. Or to just be able to ultimately make, you know, 74,000 slot bags. Which every other fucker was doing as well, so... It's not like you can actually sell the friggin' things anyway. But yeah, that was generally the MMO status quo, wasn't it, for a long time? Unlucky time to be reloading, bro. Let's have a look. Oh, I'll tell you what I did notice. I noticed that on one of my quests in Midnight, I got a bag, a reagents bag. Like a really big one, like really early on. I think I clicked that we got it during the stream time.
Yeah.
All that swinging around, look, just die. There you go. Look, save a bullet and all that. You're check a little Lasker. Little buggers are everywhere. Right, let's go to the console. You can also bank all mats and crafts from the bank, which is insane. So hang on, you can bank all the mats and it crafts from the bank. Really, dude? Wow. See, Jesus. What, anywhere? Or do you need to be in the region of the bank? Hang on. Like, do you need to be in the capital city where the bank is in order to use it? Or can you say you can use it fucking anywhere you want? If you can go back to other expansions and grind, if you can craft cool housing items. Oh, dude, I see where you're going with that, yeah. The ultimate collectathon, right? What are we doing? Sandfly Sergeant is somewhere over there normally, isn't he? Can I get under there? Oh no, the maintenance, bro. We got the maintenance. Again. It's probably a bad idea coming in at this angle, you know. Very bad idea. That sounded like a shield breaking, didn't it? Fuck you, bro. Fuck you, bro. Oh shit, that's not good. Quite like the breed works. It's just it's so much longer to run, isn't it, than the others? And you're trying to be a little bit more efficient on it all. Oh, right, mate, I can see you. Oh shit, it's not dead. Oh, it's the boss, isn't it? Let's not do that then. Well, that's another one there. Oh, I got the sheep little issue there. Fucking hell, dude. These boys are not mucking around, man. I think we're done though, aren't we? Somewhere up there. I'm normally on the reef here, aren't I? You think the gear from Hagar is enough to handle the new area? What do you mean from the? What do you mean by the new area, dude? What exactly are you doing? I mean, if are you talking about the Landsrad missions or? Actually, you know, in today's patch, hang on, I just suddenly remembered. In today's patch, are we not getting a new region on the world map? I'm sure I saw something about a new region being added. Like, be the first, or is it the PTU or whatever it is? So we're actually getting some content before Chapter 4, right? I don't know what it is. And we're also getting some new... Might not be in today's patch, it might be the PTU, I might be getting confused. But we're also getting some new Landsrad missions, right? So, you know, we've not got to wait all the way through to Chapter 3 to see some new stuff, which, I'm going to be honest, I didn't actually realise that, to be fair. So that was great to read that. That was such a bad fucking shot. Unbelievable, dude. You're not even trying now, are you, mate? No, bro. Come on behind me. Oh, Jesus, that was so bad. Find the sensitivity on the sniper rifle, right? Crazy. Too much for the way I play. It kind of puts me off using it a bit. I wish when I aim down sights on it, I could like slow it down. I can, but I'd have to use the Steam controller settings to do that. And I just haven't had a chance to play about with it, unfortunately. I don't think it's in the options, though, is it? I'm not missing a trick with that, no? That's not like in the game, yeah? Oh shit, I thought you were a freaking melee dude. Not loaded, right? Not happening, is it? Look at this goober. Like blushing a breed. Oh, you'll be fine, dude. I mean, I'd want to be in at least duraluminium. If you're doing the testing stations, definitely, because you can scale those. You can just do them at level 1, like you'll one-shot everything, even in duraluminium, probably, dude. This content, you might find it a little bit more... I'm sure you can do it, dude. It just might be a bit... It might just feel a bit drawn out, you know? You know, they've got quite a lot of hit points with a low-level gear. You know, I would argue it would be a much wiser to get your plastanium level gear before you start doing the non-scalable test labs. Because I think he's going to find it dull. You know, having to put so many rounds into something, I would have thought, dude. Does that make sense, Blair? Testing labs, no problem. Like, honestly, because they're scalable, they're really, really simple, mate. But they're doing this with like really low-level gear, because these are static difficulties, see, like the old tier 5, tier 6 dungeons. We're done, aren't we? We're finished. But I wouldn't really be doing anything. I'd treat Chapter 3, because you're not in a hurry, are you, dude? well, unless you are. I'd treat chapter 3 like what it was originally meant as, which is the, you know, you've got some basic plastanium level gear. You know, you've got your tier 6 gear, you know, non-unique. Or maybe a mix of unique and just bog standard plastanium sort of grade, and you probably have a pretty good time of it, dude. So, there's no hurry, right? Maybe even just do the testing labs while, you know, nothing to stop you doing the testing labs when they're on rotation. Depends on how eager you are to start doing all the dailies, you know. And I do get it. I know some people just want to get them done, in which case, you know, you definitely want to get that plastanium gear, I think. I don't think most people with a decent build and a decent bit of skill will have any problems at that point. Yeah, yeah. Just get that, you know, is that what they call tier 6, the plastanium? I am saying the right things, right? You know, even if it's just a couple of base weapons and a suit of armor, you know, it doesn't have to be the whole shebang all made at that level. You know, just a wise investment for that first bit of sand that you've got. Oh shit, is that coming this way? Oh fuck, it is, isn't it? Second time that's happened in 2 days. I was in tier 5 gear when doing chapter 3 content. You can do them, but you have to be a little more. Yeah, I think that's what I was suggesting, Elgarth. I mean, you've got to get to that plastanium tier anyway, haven't you? No, I think I was duraluminium, not for the lands rad, but, you know, going into the deep desert for the first time, obviously, because I haven't got the sand. But, yeah, to me, my time would be better spent investing on my core foundation for the character, which is getting, you know, your tier 6 stuff, isn't it? Getting your base infrastructure up and running. I think if you try and skip too far ahead, I suppose what I'm saying, you might find the game gets a little bit annoying. You know, it's quite easy to get overwhelmed. We were saying earlier, weren't we? You know, we make it look quite easy because we kind of know it, and if I'm not paying attention, even in, like, say, Blushing Canyon or whatever it is, I can get stun locked up like a fucker did. You know, it really is about sort of divide and conquer, isn't it? I haven't got, you know, pimped out gear or even a build, really. You don't want too long a time to kill. It's like Doc was saying, you don't want to be putting 20 rounds into every enemy, do you? It's, it becomes a drag. Yeah, the tier 6. That's what I'm saying. Like, even if you get, like you said, I mean, the tier 5 armor. I'm going to be honest. I don't think the armor is that important. I mean, you've got a shield, right, most of the time. Tier 5 armor and a couple of tier 6 weapons. Like I say, you don't need the full complement, do you? And you're probably going to be all right, aren't you? But it is, you know. So some people are going to like have a certain TTK expectation. And if it's too long, it just takes the, I don't know, it takes the flow of the game out a little bit, doesn't it? You know? Yeah, exactly, Bill Roy. Exactly. It's yeah, we're just trying to give a bit of advice to Blair, really. More about how you're going to get maximise the fun than actually, because I'm sure you can do it, dude. The game is not a difficult game. Fucking if I can play it, definitely ain't difficult. At this level, you know, obviously when we get to the higher level dungeons, I think it's really going to just become, it's really going to be gear checks constantly in it, really. I would have thought, when you get the right augments, and, you know, so someone that's got like 100 combat is going to do a lot more damage than someone who's got no points in combat, right? Like a significant amount of more damage. Thing is, Blair, if you're enjoying the game, right, and enjoy the base upgrades as much as you're enjoying your character upgrades, as well as your gear upgrades. You know, it's a symbiotic relationship between all three, really, dude. So, you know, don't just Don't just power ahead into some sort of... I get it, though, dude. I think a lot of people now that might be coming back, they really want to get into those land raids and start chipping away at those dailies, don't they? I do get it. But I think a little bit of foundational work will pay off better in the long run, dude. No, well, the thing is for me, Bill, right, the way I saw it, the reason I'm not focusing on it, because ultimately that is the last thing for me to do in the game. And let's be honest, right, the only reason I'm going to be doing dungeons is to get better quality schematics and augments in order to do better quality dungeons. Does that make sense? And at some point, there's simply, I can now do all the dungeons at the max difficulty because I've now got the best possible gear from, you know, my class, or at least, you know, the one that I like running. You might not actually be the best, but... And you know, I'm quite drawn to that, but I'm also acutely aware I'm not really progressing. I'm not going to see new dungeons. You know, I don't need to do Dungeon 1 in order to get the gear to access Dungeon 2. I'm doing the same dungeons on rinse repeat just to get better gear, just to do dungeons at a higher difficulty, just to get better gear, you know, ad infinitum. So I'm not that desperate to get to that point. I'd like to. I would like to start getting some better gear. But I've got other things to worry about at the minute. You know, I do want to get the, you know, the harvester up, the carrier up, the base building up. I want to see what happens with the server merge. Lower level heavy armor has more armor than high level light armor, so best to get good weapons. Is it really? Yeah, is that how it works? Yeah, I must admit, the armor always felt like a bit of a... I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying it always felt like it was probably the least important thing, to be honest. I often think I should just take the extra stamina, sort of regen or whatever, however it works out at a mathematical sort of algorithmic level, than wearing the heavy, because it really does. It absolutely destroys my... I assume it's the stamina regen, is it? Or does it actually affect the max? I've never really read into it. Like I said, I've just never really cared. It actually adds to my dash stamina cost. I mean, ultimately, it's going to be the same thing. I'm more stamina handicapped than light armor, aren't I? So 5%, 7.5%, 5%. Yeah, I see how they've approached it. Yeah, you know, it is what it is. It's a choice to make, isn't it? Right, pop that back. A little bit of Stravidium. Do you think the old titanium might have respawned? Is there, I don't know if Buck's out in the deep desert, man. Have we got a crew out in the carrier, or? Destroyed vehicles with more than 15% ability will appear here. What? What do you mean? What the fuck? Where's my fucking ornithopter gone? Thank you very fucking much. What the fuck? Actually, should we say... Oh, no, we'll go in this. You show the middle of the base again, Alex. Oh, and if you want... What do you want to see, dude? Sorry. I'm wearing 3 light and 2 heavy. Is that for any reason? Just to balance it out a little bit, you know? What did you want to see, Alex? Anything particular? Do you mean this bit in the middle, or? When I'm max crafting, maybe I'll start going for some more difficult labs or dungeons. But in general, I wish the overmap dungeons gave the skill tree progressions XP. So it's just been tied to the lands road quests. Oh, I see what you mean, Bill. Yeah, there's lots of things they should really change in how the progression works. I'm not, you know, I don't want to be overly critical of what they've done, but there are definitely some issues. I'd like to see the armor get a really good fleshing out. Jesus Christ, a really good fleshing out at some point. I'd even like to see like really nice customization on weapons. Like for example, I really would like to see like different scopes or extended magazines. Turn it into a bit more... Anyone else feel the same? Like it would be really nice. A little bit more customization. you know, I'm not saying turn it into like some sort of Division-esque sort of crazy level, but you know, different barrel attachments for accuracy, or you know, extended magazines. You know what I'm saying? Different scopes. You know, I've got one thing with a scope on it, and I can't really zoom in or out with it particularly, and it's got a really bad super sort of hypersensitive control on it. I'd like to see that. You know, it's a step they could easily go in that direction. You know, really nice customize, even some sort of like cool wacky things. Where was I going to go? Deep desert. Sorry, you're forgetting where I am. Power harness and circuit gloves. More stamina than the heavy pieces have power on them. So when you say power, like extra battery power, so like your shields can hold for longer and things like that, is it, Mr. Veal? That's actually really cool. I didn't think about stuff like that. So where would I get them from then, dude? The power harness and circuit gloves. So essentially what you're saying is, we're talking here about the armor doesn't necessarily matter that much. You know, it's all about keeping that shield up and playing smart, isn't it? And you're playing an armor build that actually provides you with more power, so your shields are holding for longer. They're electric test station drops. Right, okay. So that's the first... Thanks for that, dude. That's really cool. That's the first time I felt like I've got an objective in mind for starting to doing the dungeons at higher levels. So straight away, that's a really good change to my character, isn't it? You know, my shields are going to be durable for longer, which means I'm going to be taking less damage when I fuck up or have to hunker down on a reload, whatever. I like that, dude. That's cool. And then I assume there's some other uniques that maybe enhance certain weapon types, or I mean, what other metrics do we have? I mean, I don't know about health. Maybe some stuff that maybe helps health, or health, stamina, shields. What other parameters do we have that kind of matter in combat? Health, power, stamina. I wonder if there's stuff for like the other two as well. I'm going to assume so. Good call, man. Good call. Maybe I could go and have a look. I mean, are they rare as rocking horse shit drops, or are they? You know, if I go and run like 4 or 5 times, have I got a reasonable chance of getting one? There's a pair, and that's what's actually quite cool about that as well. It's the electric one that I really want to have a bit of time with, because it's the only one that annoys me is the electric one, and it annoys me because of my own inability to read the electric area of effect. I always misjudge it and end up getting zapped because I feel like it can't possibly be as big as it looks, but it clearly is. There's a pair of pants that reduce stamina cost. Yeah, so you've got... Oh, I wonder if there's one for, like... What was the other thing I was just saying? So you've got your energy, you've got your stamina. Is there anything that, like, boosts health? Like anything that specifically enhances your health, or aids in... I'm not saying it would be a good thing, but, you know, maybe aids in health regen or something like that. Like, or something that even passively regens health. That'd be nice. The hitboxes for 152 electric lamps is bullshit. So it's not just me then, yeah? That place actually annoys me. But I've always assumed it's because I've got no experience in there. I think I've only been in there a couple of 3 times, dude. I'll go and run it in a minute. We'll go. Oh no, we can't. Fucking servers are going fucking down, aren't they? Fuck this fucking game, dude. God damn. Just finally got like my new slice of content, because I'm finally done, dudes. The weekend set me back like a couple of days this week. In fact, 3 days this week. And I don't mean in a horrible way. I mean, it didn't like set me back. But I needed to get those dailies done. I can't have 35 dailies sitting in that freaking Landsrad screen. I can't sleep at night. You go down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds. What, for real, dude? Yeah, I don't know if I want it that good. Jesus Christ, man. But yeah. All right, we'll set that as a target. Get the dailies done. And then we'll have a look at the electric, see if we can get the Mr. Vion. We'll call it the Vion Garb. Oh, dude, every time I've logged in since the weekend, a little piece of me's died when I've seen those chits. I was so chuffed. I was so much happier when I was on top of them, and then to see 35. And I know everyone else thought, hey, we got 35 freebies, double stack weekend. I'm like, no. And the reason is because I have to do the same fucking missions. Mix them up each week. In combat, let me do the electric fucking dungeon. Why do I have to do 136 all the fucking time, dude? It's just not fun. I know I'm missing out on cool other shit, dude. But I want to do combat. You can't blame me for wanting to do the one, you know, some people want to specialize in crafting. Some people want to specialize in something else. I want to do fucking combat. And I don't want to keep doing 136. Let me mix it up a bit. At least let me choose the testing station. Yeah, I understand, you know, if there's a load of quests, and I don't know, I'm going to assume not. Like, for example, in the sabotage one, maybe there's a load of stealth quests. And you can use those really obscure skills like the poison darts or something, and it's just fun content for a stealthy character, maybe. I can get that, but you can't tell me all the testing stations aren't actually combat. Of course they are. They're literally all just combat, right? So at least let anyone doing any specialization do any testing lab for their rotational lab 3 slots, right? I don't think that's a lot to ask, is it? I just don't understand why they're almost forcing, you know, they're more dedicated player base. They're the people that probably are looking at it long term and saying, I'm going to max out that combat tree, max out that crafting tree, blah, blah, blah. I've now got months of fucking sheer repetitive boredom, dude. I don't think they fucking understand anything over there at times, man. You have to do 152 non-stop. Yeah, everyone's in the same boat. You know, if you want to be a hyper-specialized, you know, massive benefit to your guild and take out the crafting one, right? Or whichever one. Yeah, you know, you're gonna get like, for fuck's sake, not this one again, dude. There's nothing to be gained out of it from a developer perspective other than really making your player base potentially say, ah, fuck it, I can't be arsed anymore. I hope they change that soon. They are good at listening, reacting to feedback. Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but I'll see. I'll make a decision on how I feel about that comment when I see what actually happens to the deep desert. Yeah, that'll be interesting to see. Yeah, give me an example of something that we as a player base have managed to convince them to change then. Like what's been a really good example of that, Elgoff? Because obviously I'd like to sing their praises if that's the case. And I don't really pay much attention to the behind the scenes stuff. Has there been some good examples of that? Because the problem is, if it's got anything to do with the PvP, PvE, then there's no point discussing it, because we can't say that they listen to the player base. Because no matter what you say about the deep desert, they fucking annoyed the PvPers. They might have kept the PvEers happy, but they fucking annoyed the PvPers, which means we know that at some point they're going to want the PvPers back. And we've already heard the rumbles in the jungle of them changing the deep desert to mean full PvP. So outside of what have they changed in the core game that's been like, you know, a topic of debate that isn't PvP, PvE focused? Because that's a shitstorm waiting to happen again, isn't it? They listen to the Steam reviews and Reddit. Well, that's not a good thing, right? Listening to anything on Reddit, the Discord community, they always give the bird on feedback. So let me get this right then. So they only listen to Reddit and Steam and don't listen to their own Discord. You're not selling me on this being a wise course of action here. It is a very bad misstep. Yeah, Joel's fun comes main focus on new players and not retention of old players. Yeah, and to be honest, mate, I've always said that. I mean, a game like this, let's be honest, right? It's already pretty good value for money, yeah. And the content they're adding, imagine what the game would be like in a couple of years if they keep producing content for it and they're going to charge £35. It's a phenomenal product already, right? It really is. And that's where the big dick money is, isn't it? You know, bringing new players on board. I think Funcom probably knows it's very hard to retain a player base. Every game developer and publisher knows that. It's very hard to keep someone playing your game, you know, regularly. There's a lot of competition out there, right? So it all comes down to new blood. You take any game out there that hasn't got new people coming into the game, and you've probably got a problem. Because your game will always lose players, won't it? You know, over time. I mean, literally, people fucking die, all right? But, you know, they find another game to play. Crimson Desert's coming out soon. A lot of games are going to be barren wastelands when that fucking thing comes out. You know, it's always about the fresh blood, the big dick, the £35, whatever you're going to stick on it, you know. And I know to some degree it's about sales as well, isn't it? But, yeah, that's interesting, though. If they are listening to feedback, and, you know, whatever, wherever they're listening. I mean, as long as they are taking on board people's concerns. I wouldn't be too worried about anything with the PvP, PvE Deep Desert changes, though. Because I'm not entirely sure that wasn't a knee-jerk reaction. That they're probably regretting, to be honest. Building breakdown and still getting taxes. Yeah, good example. Yeah, good example. Yeah, yeah. I said from day one as well. You know, if they'd followed... I honestly think the game would be in a much better state if the dev team had been out and played Once Human. Just for a week. And had a look at the building systems. It's okay to copy another game's implementation, right? Once Human, pack up a base, move it, whatever. And their aerial camera on replacement it's just brilliant, dude. It's not even like you can say, oh, what an amazing idea. It's just fucking common sense. And I think if that stuff had been in place from day, I mean, how many? Just a question in chat. I mean, how many of you know someone that was playing this game and stopped playing it and hasn't been back because they lost their base? You know, didn't want to keep logging in to pay taxes, or forgot to log in to pay taxes, or forgot to log into the. You know, there's a significant number of people we speak to that stop for that very reason, right? Very hard to get them back now, isn't it? But I think you're in that tricky point at the moment. You know, the game's not been out that long. People are probably a bit butthurt if that's happened to them, quite rightly so. You know, especially now they've changed it. If they hadn't changed it, you'd be saying, well, tough, you did know about it. But they have. You know, they've come up with a new system, which if it had been in the start, those players probably wouldn't have left in the first place. And, you know, give them a year. Same thing with Conan Exiles. Give them a year, give them 2 years. If the game's still around and doing well, lots of new content, a player that's already played the game might go, you know what? Fuck it. I'm actually going to start again. But it's too soon for that. The wound is still agape, isn't it? I just hope they get that. I think they will. I think the game's solid. And they're definitely making good decisions like that, Elgoth. That's a very good example, actually. They can just make PvP instances just like the new Lance Red Lanes. Yeah, but are they going to? That's not what they're saying. The official statement is that the Deep Desert will return to full PvP, but only once they've come up with alternative PvE pathing. So watch this space. We'll just have to wait and see what happens, won't we? Yeah, well, this is the pointer, isn't it? I think this is why there's still some people aren't returning, or still why some people haven't picked the game up, because there's no transparency on exactly what the changes are going to be. You know, it's all well and good saying, okay. See, the thing is, you can't have your cake and have eaten it. It doesn't work like that. You can't on one hand say we're gonna revert the Deep Desert back to pure PvP, because that's gonna bring the PvPers back and they're gonna have a great time, right? And on the flip side of that coin, say, but don't worry, because the PvEers, we're going to give them an alternative way to access the, I'm going to assume, the rewards of the Deep Desert. Because a large part of the deep desert is the fact that everyone has to go there. Well, if the PvEers don't need to go there, then you've kind of failed on the PvP front anyway. And you've also kind of failed on your PvE front. Because the deep desert's kind of cool. We kind of like it with the carrier and the harvester and things, right? I don't see how they can do it. I genuinely don't see how they can do it. I'm not saying they can't. And I'm fascinated to see what their potential solution will be, and more importantly, if it will work. We'll see, won't we, in the coming weeks and months. But I just don't see how they can balance it. I think, and it's not because they've made a mistake. It's not because the game inherently doesn't work. I just think trying to keep a PvP and a PvE community happy, it's just fucking really hard. There's a reason why they're so segregated, because they want two completely different things out of their game time, and I just don't see how and why Funcom think they're going to be the ones that solves that conundrum. I'm going to be honest. A guild is kind of a perfect example. Our guild. But for what, Alarin? Oh, the people that stopped playing. Yeah. They caved on the Gladiator Arena and decided to add it to future content because the community roasted themselves. Oh, I don't know what that's about then, Bill. So I know about, when we say Gladiator Arena, the only thing I can think of is the Chapter 3 content where I went into a gladiatorial arena. So what was the plans for that? Because we were actually joking in chat. We were saying, like, surely this is a slice of PvP to come. You know, I was even talking about, like, we could go as, we could actually walk into that arena as spectators. And you might sign up. I was imagine you could go up and like sign up here, and you know, in 10 minutes you've got your fight 1-to-1 in the arena. And like I could be a spectator, and even, you know, God forbid in-game gambling. I don't know if they'd allow that, but you know, even put like a couple of Solari down on you or something to win if your mate's playing or something. I kind of thought that would be a really cool system, to be honest. And you can have like that dude that's always there 24/7 in the gladiatorial arena. He's like the hero of your server. He's just an absolute fucking PvP badass, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think I should have taken the page from WoW with arena/ladder PvP rewards, all while having the dungeons rounds for the PvE people. Both having avenues, is that, for getting end-game gear through different means? Yeah, they can even get, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what they've got planned, but it's frustrating though they've got so many core solid mechanics. You know, they really have. You know, the combat, everything just works. Well, I like it. I love the vehicles, I love the combat, I love the exploration that happened early on in the game. Obviously, I know a fair bit now. Still loads of places I haven't been though. My Haga Basin maps are not even probably half complete. Yeah, you know, the skills are fun, the skill trees are great, the gear progression there in Chapter 3 is pretty cool. You know, it's very, you know, small increments, but it don't half add up over time. You know, I like the guild specializations. People are doing the good crafting, or if people are going to be the, you know, the go-to harvester. You know, I do genuinely think they've done a really, really good job with it all, but we don't actually take out that stuff, because we've only got a couple of minutes before we need to be gone, don't we? And if that's box or if that's mine. Buggy. I'm not going to get that home, unfortunately, am I? So, pretty level pegging, and that's a juicy. That's another 100 plus plastanium ingots, isn't it? I suppose. It did build. Yeah. It's a really good game. They've just got some really difficult decisions of their own making, I think. I'm still not entirely convinced it just wouldn't have worked out better if like so many of the games, they just made life easy for themselves and just made it a PvE game primarily, and just had PvP servers. You know, where nearly all of Haga Basin was also PvP, perhaps. Whatever, you know, we don't need to overthink the specifics, that there would be a route to making PvP servers a bit more interesting, but you know, it doesn't matter because that's not the choice the choice they made all those years ago when they started designing the game, is it? So we've got what we've got. I think that would have made life a lot easier for themselves, man. PvE is on the PvE servers. I think all they need to do is make the deep desert more dangerous. I think the deep desert outside of PvP is going to be, because it's a bit boring, isn't it? I like the carrier and I like the threat of the worm, you know? But I've got to be honest, it would be a lot better if there was a bit more action there. You know, if you could have NPCs drop down in carriers and land and start running at you shooting, which also has a chance of attracting a worm, you know, and you've got to get out of your carrier or protect it, or, you know, to take down a ground vehicle with a rocket launcher, things like that. I mean, God forbid it'd be so cool if they could have NPC ornithopter attack pilots, but I think that's probably asking a bit much. I think that's an element of AI. I don't know. 3D NPC flight. Could be asking for a lot on that one, so probably best we don't worry about that as a potential solution, but I would like to see a bit more going on in the deep desert, and then I think it would make for an easy segregation from PvP to PvE servers. Because at the moment, if you just made a server full PvE, yeah, and the deep desert stayed like it was with a little bit of PvP, it's not going to work, is it? I mean, I do like the carrier runs. In fact, I really like the carrier runs. But more from a roleplay danger of the worm. You know, I know we're going to get eaten again, and it's going to be, like, awesome, but also very sad. We've come close a couple of times, haven't we? I mean, I accidentally landed the bloody carrier the other day. I didn't mean to. Yes, it would be cool to have some NPC stuff out there. The fuckers can even pop up out of the sand. You know what I mean? You could be sitting there in your harvester and they literally just rise up. That's how the spawn works. That, you know, like deep desert bandits, and they're lying like underneath the sand, and then they just come out and start shooting at your harvester. And it's just when you get past the bike and the thopter, the fear of dying to worms just evaporates. Yeah, I know what you mean. I've always said, Bill, the early game was actually really, really cool. You know, the amount of times. What was the? Is it T? When you were doing this to see like when the sweet spot for harvesting the water was. What made me chuckle was by the time I got access to one of these things, which was the Jew site. I didn't really need it, man. You know what I mean? It's you know, that's not really a criticism. It's just that you know, it's like, oh, that would have been so good a bit earlier on, you know. I've got my little sickle. I never really used the scythe. I didn't really need to because my water was kind of a non-issue by then. But it was really cool, wasn't it, on the sandbite, you know. And I remember like the early days, like really panicking, like if I stayed out in the sun too long. Like sometimes I'd go and scout like a little camp. And I'd be like, oh shit, we need to get out of the sunshine, man. Yeah, it was good fun, dude. They really nailed that. Proper survival game at the end of the day, wasn't it? Yes. Right, well look, the server's about to go down, guys. So I'm going to be honest. I'm going to log out, and I think what we'll do, it's Wednesday, so it's going to be a couple of hours shy, but the girlfriend's poorly. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the next 2 hours to go and do some nice food for her if she feels up to it, and get some soup, or even go at Radge's and say hello to him, which is an extremely nice little break for me, to be honest. Unheard of me getting a little bit of sort of spontaneous time. So I hope you don't mind, but I think she deserves a bit of cuddling and some nice nosh, because it's very unlike her to take a day off. And she had a really bad night last night, apparently. So I'll go and make sure she's okay. But everyone, thank you for watching. We'll be back tomorrow, as always. We'll have another chinwag about World of Warcraft as well. In fact, I might even pop on there this afternoon while she has a doze, because I'm not going out until, what, 6 o'clock? No, half five tonight. So I've got a bit of time, get a bit of work done, sort her out. It'll be quite nice and bright. Well, fresh and early tomorrow, 8:15, hopefully. We'll carry on with this, get some dailies done. Maybe play something else as well. But for now, thank you all for watching. Stay safe and have a top one. And please, Funcom, come on, boys. It's downtime, lads. square, man. Brutal, dude. Right, boys and girls, have a top one, yeah? Stay safe out there.
When the systems are masked, it's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Provide with the power, we charge Jurassic. Nation T-Rex with covert tactics. Rise from the ashes to back the ashes. Bring the madness. There's a pyramid of power with eyes that can see it all. Cameras to capture your image at City Hall. Realize they listen whenever you make a call. If you want a revolution, I really give it to y'all. Strength is the army that bands against bands of dead presidents, determining life of mankind of cancerous. How we breathe vapors, Greek got us blinking in streets like cheap paper. Assemble the masses, melt the plastic compound. Realign when the shit gets drastic. Lift the veil when the systems are masked. It's just another pyramid scheme, a government racket. Provide with the